And there was a way he put his presentation, which was quite interesting, where if our staff are not engaged, it will affect efficiency, productivity, and effectiveness. And that might affect our customer satisfaction, which might end up affecting our bottom line, our profits. And I think that was quite, an interesting way of putting and looking at it. He did say that pay attention to personalities, success traits of business leaders, and leadership and management. Vivian took us back in the age when we used to use paper in everything that we do. But again, he did mention that degrees will get you in the room, but it is really the skills that will keep your job. Agatha Kenja came up with a lot of questions. What does our customer need? What does our stakeholder need? And does our policy reflect our current and future environment? And she encouraged us to to take our decisions based on data or statistics. Davis Malemo, I would just cover his conclusion, which I found it was quite thought-provoking, but also some that we need to look at, which is design our future state, envision the art of the possible. Then he also talked about prioritizing and aligning our stakeholders. And if you're a leader, in the technical space, if you have a leader who's technically, aligned, then you need to speak their language for them to be able to support you in your initiative. And the last session, which was about HR approaches for an increasingly digital organization, was covered by Patrick Foyer. And he underlined the fact that we need to conduct a skill gap. We need to identify the future we need, and we need to establish the critical skills to support digital transformation. And we closed off by a presentation that was done by Emmanuel Michael, connecting from Nigeria. And for him, it was really about collaboration, effective employee collaboration. He indicated that it's important that we use technology to collaborate, and he also underlined some benefits of collaboration. And his parting shot was collaborate, innovate, and we also need to exercise creative thinking. So that's what was covered yesterday. Who is ready for day 2? Today we have 3 sessions. And no, we actually, we have 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, we have 4 sessions today. So it is quite as packed, but I'm sure that we will manage as we did yesterday. So our 4th session today will be on the impact of digital technologies on HR and how they are transforming HR and the wider business strategy. And today's chair is Juma Hassan Reli. Do we have all your speakers in the room? Are they around? Peruz, can you just check? Let me just confirm before I invite them. So we have Liquid, Ben Roberts. All right, thank you. And then we have William Baraza. Thank you. Then we have Dr. Rohan Makala. That this will be done online. Is he connected? Right. I think that's it. So we have 3. So our facilitator for this session Juma Reli has held several executive positions in the government, ranging from Principal Secretary of Ministry of Trade and Industry, Executive Secretary of Zanzibar Planning Commission, Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Tanzania. He actually happened to be my boss. Yes, I did work with him several years ago, but he could not remember me. Do you know why you could not remember me? Yes, we only saw him on TV, or when his Mercedes-Benz, zoomed by. But he had quite a lot of responsibilities, at that time for such a big institution. And I think that was the time when a lot of transformation happened, so I can understand. And there were like 2,000 of us. Right, yes, so he did work as the Deputy Governor of Central Bank of Tanzania. And currently, he is the director of Zanzibar Institute of Financial Administration, and he has successfully spearheaded several transformation programs for the Bank of Tanzania. Can we give a clap to Juma Reli, please? And I would therefore like to call the presenters, if you can just come forward, please. Thank you. Yes, please take a seat. So Juma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, MC, for a very, very good introduction. As said earlier, I'm going to be a moderator of this session with the theme, the impact of digital technologies on the HR and how they are transforming HR and the wider business strategy. This is the theme of our session. Before I start, maybe I should also take this opportunity to introduce my panelists, starting with Mr. Ben Roberts and William Baraza. Ben is a Group Chief Technology and Innovation, Liquid Intelligence Technologies Kenya, and Baraza is Managing Director, African Advanced Level Telecommunication Institute of Kenya. So these are the very, very strong panelists I have, and I hope we'll have a very good discussion related to the theme. As usual, the time allocated for this session, 15 minutes per speaker, and we will have Q&A after they had presented. But before I give an opportunity to my panelists here, let me say a few things. One is we had a very interesting discussion yesterday, and there are about two takeaways for me. One is the presentation that was made by a professor. Professor had almost the whole presentation related to this particular workshop. And one of the things that he said that really attracted my attention is the fact that if you don't digitalize, you will become extinct like dinosaurs. If you don't digitalize, you become extinct like dinosaurs. Now, the opposite of that is to digitalize. Now, if you digitalize, you move from stages of larva to a caterpillar to a butterfly. These are the stages that you undergo, and you can imagine the transformation from larva or from egg to a butterfly. So the choice is ours, but it's very, very important that we take it up as our duty and responsibility to make sure that we are digitalizing our systems and our economies. I just wanted to insist that digitalization is a big ticket item. It's a big ticket item, particularly because if you look at the statistics of advanced countries, and in this case I will share with you the US economy. The digital economy in US is worth the digital economy in the US is worth 22.99 trillion US dollars. The digital economy in US worth 22.99 trillion US dollars, while the total GDP of America is 23.31 trillion. So you can imagine how big the digital economy in America. And just for information, it's the fastest growing sector in America. It has been growing by 9.6% in 2019 compared to other sectors like agriculture and industry that only grew by 1.8%. So I'm sharing these figures so that you see how important digital economy are. But lastly, the all African countries have been struggling to alleviate poverty. Digitizing is a way of alleviating or eradicating poverty in our countries. The last thing I wanted to talk about is yesterday we were talking whether AI will replace human beings. And somebody said that if you're not careful, somebody from NSSF, I remember, a lady, if you're not careful, AI will replace us. I tend to agree with that, given the fact that I've been following up the comments made by Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the second richest person in the world. Out of the 10, he's number 2. And he owns a technology company. He said that if AI is left unregulated, it might change the civilization. So if these gurus, big people, are pessimistic about the AI, then we need to be careful with digitalization. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't go that way, but this is a caution from one of the biggest guru of. So having said that, let me now give an opportunity to our panelists. Today we are going to have the engines, the tools that are used to make sure that digitalization is driven. So I'd like to start with Robert. Mr. Robert, the floor is yours. Anyway, if you want here, it's okay.
Okay, it was the on switch. Yeah, good morning everybody, and happy to be here with the second morning starting off, so it's great to be around, and I enjoyed yesterday the discussions. It's quite good, I think, to hear a day of things because, you know, there's so many things you can talk about when it's just HR and digital transformation. You have to attend the first day to decide what not to talk about. But I'll just briefly introduce us and what I do. So I'm Chief of Technology and Innovation at Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We are one of the largest infrastructure companies and digital companies across Africa. We have built a very big fiber network, which is what we're very well known for, but also a network of data centers and various digital services, including cloud and other things on top of that. So today I'm talking about 5G and the human resources. And you might ask why I'm talking about 5G if we're a fiber company. Well, firstly, the CTO asked me to talk about 5G. Secondly, 5G actually needs a lot of fiber, so it's very important to us, this development of 5G across the continent. We have also done partnerships in South Africa with companies around 5G spectrum and sharing of 5G spectrum, which is an area of great interest, and it's one of the things that the new technology can bring. So yeah, a lot of fiber to a lot of towers connecting to enable the 5G to come about. We do various things, I said, technologies, networks. We have subsea cables, data centers, cloud, and cybersecurity, which is also a big consideration when it comes to 5G, particularly something that HR will be very much involved in the cybersecurity thing. I'll just introduce ZANLink here because ZANLink are one of the sponsors of the event. So they're our company in Zanzibar. So over there, Sanjay over there is the MD of ZANLink. So they have been in Zanzibar for 23 years as an internet service provider, and they don't focus on mobile, they just focused on good, reliable internet to businesses and people and homes in Zanzibar, and actually have about 60% market share on the island. So connecting islands has been part of something I've been working on as well. Although we are known on the African continent, we do use subsea cables to connect to Seychelles and to Mauritius and other other Indian Ocean islands. So Zanzibar is the closest to the mainland, so it's good to use a cable to come here and connect people. So this is the question I started to think about, what are human resources departments thinking about 5G? Is 5G on your radar if you're working in HR? And in many ways it should be, but for various reasons I'll go into later, it might not be. But some of the things that I think HR will be thinking about is devices, the actual things that people use to access 5G with, skills, and skills, not so much to use 5G, but the skills to use the tools that are enabled by the speeds from 5G. The networks, the coverage, are there coverage in my country? And remote branches. We may have remote branches that right now don't have connectivity, or it's not very fast. 5G might be opening up speeds in those network branches, fixed wireless access. And then the same to remote workers, anybody who's working from home. They could be working from an island if they want to be here. They don't have to come to the office. How do we use 5G to enable the remote workers? And then another thing is cyber hygiene, and I'll use the word carefully here. Cybersecurity is very much the realm of the IT department, it's the CIO. But then this area of what we call cyber hygiene, which is the basics. Are your employees protecting their passwords? Are they leaving their devices around in bars? You know, all these things that can enable people to compromise your networks. And HR are very much involved in working with the IT department in helping training and these things. We in Liquid, we've deployed a platform which sort of sends out simulations to everybody in our company to get them to click on links and these other things. And it's a way of training by seeing if they fall for these traps. And then if they click on these links, then we have to retrain them. So we do a continuous assessment, and this is working in partnership with the Human Resource Department. I put in massive IoT because one of the technological benefits of 5G is having lots of devices. And actually, this IoT can be disruptive in terms of our workforce. We can have, in some roles of human beings can be replaced by IoT devices. such as CCTV cameras, which might replace, you might be employing a guard at the moment to stand somewhere and watch a perimeter wall. Many of these jobs can be replaced entirely by a machine. So we've been talking about 5G for a long time, and I saw this quote from the Society of Human Resources. It was basically saying in 2020, January 2020, they wrote this and saying, oh, this is the year that 5G is going to come and transform the way we do work. You see their expected productivity gains. Most businesses thinking that 5G is going to bring about productivity gains, but of course in 2020 it wasn't so much the 5G that brought it along. So I think that in many ways that the IT department and the human resources have been dragging people along in the journey of digital transformation. The screen has gone. What has happened there? Something on that side. Shall I plug it in and plug it out again? Oh, it's that. Ah. Something's happening. Now I need a joke like the excellent rapporteur this morning had lined up. We're working. Yes, so it's like the IT department, HR, have been trying to do transform, but they're leading a horse to water, but almost dragging it to water. But in the end, it was, as we've mentioned, it's been said, it was the pandemic that changed the way we worked. People were told to stay at home. On the left is just a graph of the bandwidth from our offices at the beginning of the pandemic, and you see how it disappears. We're no longer using IT in the office. And then on the right is another graph of people using the tools, the collaboration tools like Microsoft Teams, video calling and collaboration, how that increased straight away the more we went home. So it's not that we were collaborating more, so we were just using different tools for the collaboration, more using the IT-based tools. And now it seems like rather than leading people, everyone is running behind. The IT department, the HR department are fixing problems like this horse race, running behind in an ambulance, after all the casualties that come because everybody's racing at high speed in the same direction. But anyway, 5G, we know as 5G is something we use in public networks. But there's quite a lot of different transformations that can be done and are being done around using private 5G networks. 5G enables what they call network slicing. This enables enterprises to have their own private networks that work, they can build their own and they can work across public networks. So these are good examples of things that are actually going on in the world. Smart cities being using 5G. Autonomous vehicles are becoming very, very big. And then sporting venues, sports broadcasting using 5G for the cameras, and we're seeing this on all the broadcasts we see from Premier League and on all the AR and VR that's being used in sports. Construction working and using equipment for helping out in construction sites. Manufacturing is very big. Large manufacturing sites using 5G across the campus. Agriculture as well. 5G is transforming agriculture, enabling lots and lots of sensors, gathering more information. Ports, utilities, healthcare being transformed. And as well as oil and gas. I think someone was here from Songas yesterday, so we're seeing oil and gas is an industry that 5G is being used a lot, and we see very large installations, private 5G. Yeah, so, aviation, so many industries are having opportunities for using this technology to completely to transform the way things are working. But none of this is happening in Africa, right? Well, actually, no. I mentioned sports broadcasting was something. So last year there was, this was presented at IBC. It's a large broadcasting show in Amsterdam. But a team from Strathclyde University came to Kenya, and they were in one of the national parks up in northern Kenya, using private 5G for actually doing sort of virtual safaris. So they're actually filming, putting a 5G base station in a private network, and then roaming around in cars and filming the animals and doing live broadcasts and virtual safaris. So Zanzibar being a very tourist-orientated town and island, virtual tourism is something that we'll be seeing coming, and 5G is one of the technologies enabling that to happen. But then, I know you speak good Swahili here, but in Kenya we speak bad Swahili. We say reality qua ground, vitu ni different. So things aren't the same. It's on the ground. It's a different situation. Subscription uptake in Africa is actually very low. So 5G subscriptions, for various reasons, but the rest of the world is being led by North America, Asia Pacific, but Africa, the uptake although we have built out 5G networks in a number of countries, the subscription uptake is on the low side. Some factors are affecting this, but I think in 5G for Africa, the actual cost of devices is becoming a big factor. The cheapest 5G smartphone is generally around $300. If you're buying it in Africa, you can add on a raft of taxes. You can pay $500 for that phone. So it's
Robert. Robert?
Yeah.
Wind up. You have 5 minutes more.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so you can add on a raft of taxes. You can pay $500 for a phone, and that's out of reach of most consumers who are those that are having smartphones. Many are buying used smartphones or sort of cheaper end $100 to $200 smartphones. So the coverage as well, of course, the coverage isn't universal, but any phone will be backwards compatible to a 4G network. So we're seeing that in the countries where we operate, 4G is becoming almost ubiquitous. But a further illustration here of the device digital divide. This is from the Kenya national census that took place in 2019. So we see in major cities, we see, they asked everybody, do you connect to the internet? They asked, do you have laptops, tablets, higher end devices? It revealed that many people had mobile phones, but when it came to asking if you got a tablet or a laptop, once you get out of the main cities, which is about 50–60% of people have got access to those devices, it can be well below 10% in most of the counties of the rest of the country. So it's the geographic digital divide is coming about, and we're seeing the same with the 5G networks, right? The coverage of the 5G networks is only in the main cities where the high density is there and not being extended out. So I thought about the immediate things that the HR function has to make about 5G, and actually it's probably going to be about the devices, right? So I think those bigger projects to transform business are going to be led by the operational side, the technology side of the business. But HR themselves are going to say, is there 5G coverage will my staff have? Do they have 5G? Will it help their productivity? Will it help their how good they are to the business? And as someone suggested, if you have a happy workforce, then it actually makes you have happy customers. So actually, if you give them 5G devices, will it actually help them be happier and improve their quality of life and make them job satisfaction better? So you then want to take decisions around who are you going to give this to? Are you giving these 5G devices only to your top executives, or are you going to have all of your staff having such devices? And if you can't afford to give devices to all your staff, maybe think about just giving them loans to buy 5G devices, salary checkoffs. And I think, now with the innovations in devices, they can be turned on and off if people don't pay. But if you've got an employee, it's very easy to give them advance payment and loans, salary checkoff to get that. So another consideration is it might be a taxable benefit. So if you give them a device, they might pay some small tax on it, but it might be a benefit to them, because if they were going to buy that device anyway, they'd have to pay tax on all their salary to buy that device. So if you give them that device as a work tool, you might be helping them out or enabling them to have it when they couldn't afford it. But since we have a number of regulators in the room, I think it's good to talk about the And we've already said that the 5G penetration in Africa is behind the curve. The regulatory levers that are needed to accelerate 5G infrastructure. It's the last thing to talk about, really. So additional affordable spectrum. So it's how to release spectrum for 5G to operators. I know there's a temptation to get a lot of money from spectrums, but it will be passed on to consumers at the end of the day in pricing.
Wind up, please.
Okay, thanks. Facilitating access to site locations, enabling small cell deployments, facilitating deployment of backhaul, and establishing network sharing agreements, infrastructure sharing, and some things around the power limits. But really, as well, providing incentives and financing towards this. But we're actually seeing in a lot of Africa policies that are decelerating the growth of 5G. These are the 8 things that are identified by the GSMA to accelerate it. But high broadband excise taxes across most countries. So in Kenya, we have 20% excise tax, 16% VAT. Every operator is making a 1% contribution to the USF. So that's the direct percentage of your sales is coming as levies to the government. But then you've got spectrum fees, fiber wayleave charges, and other things which are all going towards the government. So these are things that really need to be thought about if we want to see the growth of this technology. We are not yet at a stage where this cow is fat enough to milk. And then another area is just, as I said, 5G networks require a lot of fiber. And we have seen a lot of government fiber networks being built, but sometimes governments are building them in areas that the private sector would build anyway, that would be lucrative enough. And we are seeing some governments who maybe overspend as they build them and then try and pass the costs on to the operators, and maybe being even restrictive and monopolistic in the access to infrastructure. So this is obviously a negative policy. So with that, I'll end. Thank you very much, and pleasure. Thank you to CTO for asking me to come. Thank you.
Well, that was great. Thank you very much. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you very much. Mr. Baraza, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, CTO, Secretary, led by Ms. Benedict Lewis, for inviting me to speak at this forum. I know today is a deep dive into some technologies that impact the relationship between ICT and HR. So just to start off, I don't know whether there are any engineers who are here who have transited from engineering to HR. Anyone? Are there any people who know anyone who has transited from being an HR person to a CEO of a company? some of those people. Anyway, that is just to kind of give us some mind challenge. Correct. Good. So, by the accountable, I believe so. Today my task is to explain a little bit. I'll not go into details because I understand that most of us do not have the, that's why I asked that question in terms of knowing how many engineers here, so that I decide how much deep I can go into this. My names are William Baraza. I'm from AFRALTI. AFRALTI is a mouthful, meaning Africa Advanced Level Telecoms Institute. This is an intergovernmental organization. It was set up about 33 years ago by then Organization of Africa Union, ITU, and UNDP. Right now is a member states organization which has about 9 active member states, including United Republic of Tanzania and many countries in East Africa and Southern Africa. Our mandate is around capacity building in ICTs, management, policy, and regulatory, and we also do research, consultancy, and innovation. We have a very strong relationship around research activities with CTO, and we believe this collaboration should continue. So I think I had some time to prepare for this, but it was not very long, so there's some updated slides. I'll go on with what I have, but I'll try to explain on the updated information that I got, especially because of the fact that I attended yesterday's expositions. And thank you very much for the keynote speaker. That was very good from Professor Nkoma, especially explaining around the relationship between how technologies have, industrialization has moved from being the first industrial time, which we are calling the 1 IR, it's agricultural, during agrarian time, industrial time, going to now the PC time, and now we have information and data, which we are calling the 4 IR. And that, when you look at that kind of transition from those various stages of industrialization, you can see that HR is as a center of everything, because this meant a lot of capacity building of every industry for it to advance. And you look at, if you look at example of the motor vehicle industry, which came in just pre and post First World War, you realize that when the industry was trying to form itself, one person called Ford was asking the question, do I need to tell people, do I need to ask people what car they need, or do I need to just develop the car? And when he came back, he realized if he asked people what kind of improvement they needed to have in their mobility, then people would have told them they needed a faster horse. But then he went back and said he just designed by himself to develop an engine that was able to now replace the horse cart. And we realized this is actually human resource, because he had to come back and think and redesign some technology that was able to be better than the horse cart, so that it could increase the mobility of human beings. What does computing do for us? Computing just increases the computation power of a human being. It does not change it. It increases the speed. So I'm trying to answer a question yesterday, does AI replace human beings? It does not. It just multiplies your capacity to be able to do things faster, bigger scope, and of course address many problems at a faster rate. So when you look at these technologies, and this slide is just summarizing some of the things that you're supposed to be discussing here in terms of deep dive. When you look at blockchain as a emerging technology, it does not come alone. And it's just as good as Ben has described about 5G. 5G is one of the emerging technologies like blockchain, IoT, data analytics, cloud computing, cybersecurity, all those combined. And I like the slide from our colleague from Vodacom, Vanessa, very well summarized slide on how the emerging technology, all of them are tying into HR. So I'll not go into details for that, as I know my audience. I'll just describe quickly what blockchain is about. So all of us, when you came in yesterday, I believe some people also are here from Tuesday, you went to the registration desk and wrote your name on a paper, your phone number, the company you work for, the country you're domiciled in, and we have all that shit. I think Australia is keeping all that shit and referring to it. That is the basic database. It's a basic database. And that database, if you transmitted from here to another place, maybe in the evening, depending on who holds that paper, depending on which hands that paper goes through, it could increase the number of people who are there, depending on the intention of how that paper needs to be used. Okay? Now, blockchain is basically a database like that paper that is immutable. You can't change it. Once it has been stamped from the origin, you can't change it. Now, the other advantage of it is distributed. So it's all over the place. And give it to what has happened in technology. The technologists who are in the room, you'll know that because of most of these emerging technologies have come across because of the reduced pricing on computational power. So the price of a chip has, over the past 20-25 years, reduced dramatically to 1 over a million or 10 million. That's the price of a chip. The computational power has increased over, 10, like 9, over to the power of 9, but that one has been reduced drastically in terms of pricing. So that's what the blockchain is all about. So as I said, is a record of transactions, and then of course there are digital signature. That's what we're talking about, immutable, and then it is distributed, so it uses peer-to-peer networks, and because of that, it increases accessibility and it increases authenticity of the data that is stored in. I wouldn't go into describing what HR is. Most people are HR professionals, so you know what HR is about. But in terms of some trends about blockchain, in the next 2 years, about 55% of healthcare applications will adopt blockchain. This is statistics that
You still have 6 minutes?
Chair, I hope that gives me another 1-2 minutes. HR department must adopt blockchain just because HR department processes a lot of data. This was evident from the slides that were shared yesterday, from all the presentations. The data that we process is a lot, and a lot of it is confidential, that you also need a lot of security on. Gartner is one of the big research consultancy companies, predicts that the value of blockchain will be 3.1 trillion in another 7 years. So this is a place where we must play in. I wouldn't go deep into this again, because the slides will be shared anyway. But just in summary, how HR benefits or expected benefit from it, it's a security of data. It will be able to benefit from recruitment, the recruitment process. And I can give you an example. I'll go slightly a bit political, and again I'll go slightly a bit the normal processes. I know most of you should realize that electoral bodies are actually HR organizations. They hire politicians to be in office. I come from Nairobi, and one of the things for you to qualify to be a governor of a county, which is an example of a province in some of the countries, or a district, is an elective position. You need to have a minimum of a degree certificate. But many things happen. You know, you find that by luck, and I think also Vanessa shared that, you know, a degree buys you the job to be in, but the skills make you to stay in the job. So everyone does everything to get that degree so that they can be a governor. But how do you get the authenticity of that? Blockchain will help you do that, because once, as I explained in my example earlier, once you are able to digitally sign that, you are able to ensure that there is authenticity in the certificates. Okay, management of payroll, many things that HR does, as long as you manage any record, however simple it is, that's where, because records, that the blockchains are just, as I said, a replication of many databases in whatever form that they appear. This slide is just telling you some of the examples. Unfortunately, as Ben has also alluded to it, the uptake of some of these technologies now in our market is very slow. Obviously, they require some investments now. They require some policy changes, regulations to be changed, and therefore it means we need a lot of more engagement with the policymakers. We need more investment from partners who believe in this. We also need government to, I mean, I'm happy. I mean, government of UTR is here, and they've mentioned about how they have done so well in digitization through the eGov. This is the investment that we need to ensure such technologies are actually are taken up by both government and private sector. So these are just examples of where it has been implemented. And the potential is what I've mentioned as well, in terms of being able to look at it in terms of payroll processing, in terms of recruitment, the examples of what has happened in other markets. Kenya has tried to do this, South Africa, as from the research that I did while preparing for this.
Baraza, you have 5 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually concluding. So what does blockchain do for HR? It will strengthen security of your systems. As you handle a lot of data, most of it which is confidential employee data, salaries, the payroll, the recruitment, people who are sick, medical records. This data needs to be secured and it should not be adulterated at any time. Decentralization. When you decentralize data, it means you have many points of failures, many points of redundancy, sorry, and that means if you have any failure, you're able to recover very quickly. Okay. Then obviously, as I mentioned, transforming recruitment procedures, you are able to authenticate. For example, if a training college and the employment institution have the same access to the same database, then you don't have to worry about recruitment or validating the certificates. Again, I come to what Vanessa said, because she said she was able to recruit someone or identify a position within 3 minutes because of this process. You're able to authenticate the certificate of a candidate very quickly. Okay, so what are we doing as a fraternity? We basically pioneering some research around this blockchain, actually most emerging technologies. We've already created a sample lab for IoT, and we are now going into this, and we want to partner with all of you, if not most of you, to be able to participate in this research. We are doing a lot of training around emerging technologies. We are partnered with IBM, and we are doing training for emerging technologies from IBM has given us some grant where we are targeting 50,000 Africans, but this is from the age of 14 to 25. And this is where now we can embed this appreciation of technology to even the HR departments from a younger age, so that as they grow, they're able to appreciate the emerging technologies. And then also we are doing innovation labs, creation around the emerging technologies, including also cloud computing. We're also doing 5G. We have a demo center supported by Huawei that has all 5G set up in our campus. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and back to you, Chair.
And like them, you and I may have started to question whether...
Well, thank you very much, Baraza, for saving 1 minute. Can we give another round of applause?
Some of us may argue.
Okay. The presenter was supposed to present AI online is having some technical problems. We're trying to rectify it. But in the meantime, maybe I should open the floor for discussion in case there are any questions, issues, suggestions, please. Some more hands? Nobody? I'm told Mr. Rohan, who's supposed to do AI, is connected and online right now. So Rohan, can we hear us? Hello, Rohan?
Hi, good morning. Morning.
Very good morning. You're welcome.
I need the host to actually enable.
Pardon?
In fact, there's a video link.
Okay.
So I need the host either enable me to make the presentation or to play the video. I think they're going to play the video.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. Okay. Many have been asking whether we should continue to develop non-human minds that could someday probably outnumber, outsmart, make us obsolete, or even obliterate us. Just 2 months ago, a number of influential persons were calling for a 6-month halt on improvements to artificial intelligence. And like them, you and I may have started to question whether automation technologies, robotics, AI, will take over humanity. Some of us may argue that the genie is already out of the bottle, and while we cannot contain it, or while we can't put it back, we can somewhat contain it. For this reason, I would like to take a more optimistic approach to this presentation on automation technologies. Because in the last few years, I've been spending some time to think through this topic, to think about robotics, to think about AI, and how all of these things are in fact transforming human resource and the global workforce. And every now and then I spend some time reflecting on first century before the Common Era inventions such as the water wheel. And I sometimes think back to the water clock. And, you know, these are some of the early beginnings of automation. And I think about the Industrial Revolution and where we are now and I think about where we're heading, what are some of the possibilities? In order to add some context to this presentation, I believe it is fitting that I operationalize the term automation technologies. And so it involves all the processes, equipment, and machinery that enable an organization to operate with less humans, or in some instances, no humans. No input from humans. So automation technologies could in fact range from simple software tools in our common software application programs to more complex ones that are used in AI and robotics. And you know, in fact, many of us remain scared when we hear the term no humans, because we think, you know, our jobs are going to be lost. And for some of us, rightly so, because we've seen that machines and technologies are increasingly being used to produce goods and also to provide services. But should we be worried? Probably in part, yeah. But in part, we probably can also, you know, relax. So depending on the lens through which we're looking, I would agree that there are some cause for concern, especially with some of the latest advancements in generative AI. And I want us to go back to that point that I raised earlier, that point about the call for a temporary halt on developments in AI. What many of us have quickly recognized is that we are now having to be rather careful, because generation AI-based automation technologies could possibly take over and potentially wipe out humanity. So there is therefore that urgent need for dialogue and regulation in the industry. And many could in fact argue that that 6 months halt is probably not good enough or not enough, but at least I think that it provides us a bit of time to catch our breath and to critically think about some of our next steps. And while we contemplate the future, it is useful for us to think about how automation technologies have been transforming and will continue to transform HR across different industries and the workforce in general. In fact, more and more we're seeing the uses in industries such as the automotive industry, construction, agriculture, delivery services, food services, electronics, healthcare, laundromats, retail, warehousing, pharmaceuticals, waste management, and these are just a few of the industries that we're seeing the use of automation technologies. In some industries and in some organizations, more than others, have sought to use automation technologies in different aspects of its operations to include activities that are relevant to HR. And some of these HR-related activities could include, but are not limited to, customer service, recruitment and selection. We're seeing uses in onboarding. We're seeing uses also in equality, equity, and diversity. And depending on where you are in the world, there is a lot of push in terms of legislation for EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So organizations in that process of recruitment have had to be thinking a lot more about EDI. We're seeing it in mentoring and development. We're also seeing it in performance reviews and succession management, as well as in compliance. So what I want to do is to take a little bit of time and to highlight some of the specifics in the different areas. So if we're looking at HR customer service, we're seeing that chatbots are being used to respond to HR related queries and provide automated messaging services. And a lot more is in fact happening. But if we, turn the spotlight and look at what is happening or what continues to happen in recruitment and selection, what we're seeing is that AI and robotics continue to allow us to track potential applicants for jobs. We're seeing also where we're continuing to be able to sort email messages, attachments, and the applicants' resumes. Automated systems are ensuring that the applications are complete, and where the applications aren't complete, the system is actually ditching them. AI is being used for pre-written email messages and follow-up replies. And we're also seeing that applicant tracking systems continue to allow for the screening of candidates who are considered to be best fit and meet the profile of the job. Algorithms are reviewing the resumes and generating scores based on predetermined criteria. We're also seeing a continuation of AI being used to better ensure that organization fit and to match the right candidate to the right team and to the right projects. AI and robotic process automation are being used to collect and review resume, extract data, and to post results to pertinent systems at any time. So, a 24/7 operation is taking place. Many of us go home after a certain point in time, but these systems are able to go 24/7, and we can definitely see the implication of some of this. We're also seeing in recruitment and selection that there is the opportunity or the continued opportunity for automatic deletion of unsuccessful applications from the system. And what this actually does is that it actually helps to purge the system, reduce space, while satisfying privacy and confidentiality concerns. And we're also seeing that robots are triggering date reminders and populating HR systems and storing documents as well. So a whole lot continues to happen in recruitment and selection. Specific to onboarding, we're seeing that robots are acting as onboarding buddies and ambassadors in organizations. And chatbots are providing reliable sets of information about payroll, the organization structure. It's giving information about upcoming events
Mr.
and
McCullough?
milestones for
Mr.
new
McCullough?
hires.
Hello.
So while there is that personal interaction, there is that interaction
Mr. McCullough?
with
Hello?
automation technologies.
Still here. I'm here. I'm here with you, Chair.
McCullough?
I'm here with you, Chair.
This is the problem of robots. they can't hear you. Hello? Mr. McCullough?
I'm here with you. I'm here with you.
Yeah, okay. We'd like you to wind up because you've been allotted 15 minutes and you've already used 11 minutes. You get me?
The recording is being played, so the person who is monitoring it can stop it at whichever point.
All right, thank you.
You're actually hearing a recording.
All right.
For our new recruits. From the perspective of equality, equity, and diversity, we're seeing that AI and robotic process automation are being used to improve equality, equity, and diversity. And it's also lessening bias from a human perspective during the recruitment perspective. And earlier I spoke to the fact that in some countries, the legal environment requires that there is a keen eye, a keen interest for equality. Pay Equity Act, Equality Act. But there's also the need for equality, probably in terms of employment equity as well, and diversity. If we're thinking about still equality, equity, and diversity, we're also seeing that the use of automation technologies is allowing for increased consideration for equity and inclusion that are relevant to designated groups such as women, minority groups, indigenous people, and people with disabilities. AI and robotic process automation continues to help to manage tasks of collecting and analyzing equity and diversity data within the organization, because for some organizations they have to be tracking where they are in terms of the scores and ensuring that they're having a more diverse workforce. And AI and robotics is in fact helping in that regard. We're also seeing that AI and robotics continue to help us in mentoring and development, believe it or not. So digital help desk assistants, which uses a combination of robotic process automation and AI, are trained to handle high volumes of internal and external inquiries that HR would normally be required to respond to. Software robots and actually do help in mentor matching services, and these are being used to evaluate, examine the skill sets and the interest of different persons and persons across time zones and also different geographic location within that organization and even outside of the organization or the industry. So we're seeing that a lot of matching is taking place. In fact, software robots are being used to send and follow up
Mr. McCullough, your time is over.
Thank you. They've stopped the video. Thank you.
Okay, so we are seeing the other side of AI, robot. It can talk, but it doesn't listen. Okay, Mr. McCullough, I think you'll remain online while we are opening up discussion and questions. In case there are any questions, you will respond to them. The floor is open. Anybody with a question, suggestion? Yes, please, madam.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aissatou Dramé. I'm from the Gambia, Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. Mine is a contribution. Regarding recruitment, in the Gambia, we are still struggling. The portal has been launched last year, but only applications are done online, only. So the shortlisting are done, the way it used to be. I was amazed yesterday when Vivian mentioned the shortlisting is done now within 3 minutes. I remember in one day, so I was asked to go and represent my office for an interview. So the guy that was supposed to be interviewed was relative to the Secretary General. So in his file, there was no diploma, no certificates. What happened? The then PS, the Personnel Management Office, who is responsible for HR, came to the interview office and asked us to, to recruit that guy. So it was just like, I don't understand. So this is just, we are still struggling, so I just wanted to add on this, on recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the Gambian experience. Esa?
Yes, good morning. Also from the Gambia. This question, I needed some kind of clarification. Mr. Braza from Afralti, you made a statement that degrees buy you a job, but skills makes you to stay in that job. And using blockchain, can you elaborate more how blockchain could help in, I don't seem to understand, I needed clarification because you mentioned blockchain trying to address a situation like this. Yes, thank you.
There any one more question from anybody? Okay, Mr. Baraza, since the second one was directed to you, if you would like also to take up the first one on the shortlisting.
Thank you, Republic of the Gambia. Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll start with the first question. In terms of, and this is something I wanted to discuss in my presentation, but I didn't have enough time. When I was asking those questions, the involvement of HR personnel, and actually this HR department used to be called long time ago personnel department. I think over time it turned to human resources because personnel looked like a slave term, just to give you some historical perspective. But the reason why I ask those questions is, I don't know at what point, I also see it in my organization, that many HR department people don't get involved in CAPEX development. And that's where most decisions are made. When you're making that budget and you are an HR officer and you're just, the only thing you're being, and especially because I run a training institution, our budgets are normally the ones that are cut very quickly because they seem like they are not very important. But if you get involved with the CAPEX development, is when now you're able to deal with the issues to do with the processes and systems that will enable seamless recruitment of people without biases. And this is what AI is about to resolve. Of course, and I like what my co-panelist has just done here. This is some level of reducing biases, because even the robot that is representing here is actually talking the Caribbean version of English, which is very good because most of the AI products that you see, the English is from his home country sometimes or from US. That's already a bias. But when you invest this as a human resource person in your organization, you're able to recruit without biases because you involve, AI is garbage in, garbage out. If you put in your accent, it will pick that accent. If you put in your surnames, like what you are being described yesterday, it will pick those surnames. If you say I don't want these people from this region to be employed in this organization, it will pick that because this is what you put in. But you need to get involved from the beginning. So one, who's purchasing the system and from where, so that you understand the background, and then you're able to involve, as HR say, fine, I need to get involved in this acquisition of this blockchain system because it's just a database. I hope I've tried to answer that. Ben, if I'm not finished, you'll probably add. On the issue of what you mentioned about degrees. Oh yeah. So the degrees, the issue is really trying to ensure that you have, because these are distributed systems. Blockchain is a distributed system. So, and I mentioned in my later part of my presentation that distributed systems, if they're authentically done properly, and you've seen this happening, the most application of a distributed system is what? We all know, cryptocurrencies, right? But they had their own share. I didn't want to mention that because I'll confuse you and bring you to multi-level marketing. But now, when you look at now the degrees issue, universities, colleges that are training these students, when they develop digital certificates, and the employer is also part of that blockchain, the ledger, then it means you are able to authenticate because this system has already been authenticated and is centralized, and you both have access to it. So you'll not find a situation where she's talking about someone coming in without a certificate, which you cannot verify. As I said, the definition of blockchain is immutable ledger, hyperledger, a scale. So you're not able to cheat the system. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And when I'm talking about the degree will buy you the door to get into the employment, but the skill. So most people, they fake these papers. So you want to reduce the fake papers that come into an institution, you have to deploy blockchain because you don't want to spend a lot of time calling, doing references, and that's too much routine work for an HR officer or an HR recruitment person to be calling and making references. The blockchain system will do for you because it will quickly put in an algorithm that is foolproof, and because it's blockchain, it's immutable. This algorithm is understood by all the systems in the system, in the blockchain, in the computer in the network, computers in the network. So you are able to replicate, and without having errors. And it's agreed upon all the computers in the system that will give you verifiable and authentic data. So you reduce the issue of having a lot of fake certificates coming into your organization, and it forces you to, or you spend a lot of effort, and by 6 months you've paid these guys a lot of salary, and then you realize, no, these guys have fake certificates.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Baraza. I think the last question was the online question. Thank you for the presentation. My question is about AI. What are some of the downsides of AI in the HR function? And that has been responded by Mr. Makala. You see, I believe it will help take away aspects of human touch. So that's the beauty of robots. They can't hear, but they can answer. With that, I think give the panelists another round of applause. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So if I can call, where is Peter? Peter, can you come, please? Yes. We just want to hand out some presents to our, sorry? Okay. Is it the bags? No, just 1 second. Which ones? These ones. Okay.
So Peter, just hold on here. We will work with you as Otesh is preparing for the next one. Can I have someone from Mozambique in the room to join us in the floor, please? Thank you for raising hands. You don't need to be selected. You need sometimes to make yourself available. Come in front, please. Someone from Mozambique? Please come. Please come in front. And someone from Gambia? We have someone from Gambia? Yes, please. And Gambians are my in-law. My sister is married to a Gambian. So please come. Mauritius. Someone from Mauritius? A quick one, please. We have only a few minutes to make this happen. Mauritius, do we have someone from Mauritius in the room? Yes, thank you so much. Ghana. Someone from Ghana? Oh, you're here. So Ghana is represented already. Thank you so much. So, yes, come this way. Oh, we're 5. That's not bad. Thank you for coming. Don't feel bad. So we have 2 people from Ghana and the rest from... Please, could you kindly take the stage? We want to feel the representation of everyone in the room, and therefore you have a very task duty ahead of you to make sure you shake their hands and hand over their presents to thank them for work well done, right? So who wants to go first? And I'll hand over this, and you say just a word and hand over a token of appreciation on behalf of the group.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So we thank the gentleman for the presentation. This is for Mr. Juma, the moderator.
Thank you very much.
Okay. For another one. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to thank you, my brother, Baraza, and to say that I think that will be very useful, your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, the chairman and the presenters, for actually doing a brilliant presentation. On behalf, my mic is okay. On behalf.
This is for him as well.
All right, so this is to Mr. Rohan Makala, who is online, who gave us the AI presentation. So we say thank you so much, and then this is for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give them a big round of applause? They want to take photo. Do we have a good photographer in the room?
I think it's being... Have you taken a photo? It's coming. Peruzi, use yours as we wait for the... Okay, it's okay. The photographer has come. There he is. Are you taking it from there? Right. Yeah, here he is. Thank you very much. So it's time for our networking break. It's okay. It's time for a networking break. Can I request that you come back by 11? Yes, and what we will do is we will start at 11. And then we have a phone that was lost yesterday. Can you just give us is it you who lost the phone? Just give us a description of your phone, maybe it will be.
It's Techno 7 with a green cover.
So if you see it somewhere, or if maybe it is mixed between your documents, we will also engage with the hotel maybe to ask them if they might have seen it. Right. So we can take a break, refresh and come back with, let's be back by 11 so that we can continue the program of the day. Thank you. Chair of this next session. So our next chair is let me just declare this is a friend, and I've had the opportunity to work with Peruzzi in quite a number of stages. And she called me a week ago, I think 2 weeks ago, And I was in the middle of a meeting, but I thought that maybe just let me pick this call. She was also in the middle of the meeting. And she says, I'm with TCRA, was it the board or management, and we need you to come to, she did not even give me an opportunity to explain. I'm in a meeting, Peruzzi. No, please listen to this. You have to come and facilitate this event. And Peruzzi has a way of kind of pressuring you with that soft voice. Yes, but that voice can move tons. And I said, you know, I'm actually planning to be in East Africa this time round. We have a meeting starting tomorrow with the Toastmasters International. We have our convention going all the way to Sunday. So I said, yes, maybe we can combine the two. So Peruzzi is a seasoned human resource professional and a strategic leader experienced in working collaboratively with other executives to translate business strategies into HR actions. She's a founder and a lead consultant and also a managing director to General Services Limited. She's an excellent communicator, as you might have already seen, and has over 20 years in human capital management, gained through working with PwC, UNDP, USAID, UCSAF, UCC, just to mention a few. She's a certified solution-focused coach by Ericsson. She's also a board member to a number of institutions, such as Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute, Tanzania National Medical Tourism, Rise and Learn Tanzania, Bora Initiative. Peruzzi, how do you apply? Is there a way I can submit my CV to become a board member? Let us put our hands together to welcome Peruzzi Roche. The floor is yours, Peruzzi.
Good morning, friends. I'm thrilled and yet perplexed. I don't even know how to do it. How do you chair a session for the Secretary General? It's very interesting, and I was glad to see her dressed like me this morning, so I think we are reasoning alike. Madam Becker, welcome on the stage. Miss Benedict, welcome on the stage. Miss Mindula Baka. Karibu sana. Please. This is a beautiful morning. So ladies, it came automatically. We didn't choose to be only ladies on stage. But I think we are going to learn quite a lot from these two powerful ladies in front of you, and I'm excited and looking forward to facilitate the session. As I acknowledge the presence of all of you that I might have pressurized with my voice to be in this room, I also really thank you for making time to be here this morning too, and in this session particularly. So our session this morning will be focusing on the successful digital transformation. And the two ladies will actually take quite a lot of time trying to explore the factors that may contribute to the success and possible failures of the digital transformation. So I just want you to be in the room because, as was mentioned earlier on, it's going to be very, very interesting, and I'm sure we are going to learn quite a lot. I just want to remind you that we have 20 minutes each one, and our timekeeper will be on stage to make sure she reminds us when we are overtaken with the sweetness of the topic. And let me take this opportunity to introduce our speakers to you. We are working with very, very well equipped ladies. And I have Madam Mridula Rika, who is the Manager Human Resources and Information Communication Technology. Oh, you work for Information and Communication Technologies Authority in Mauritius. So we are well presented, and she will be doing the leading us in digital transformation program, the successful stories and the experiences around that one. So please stay tuned, and you're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Bonjour. Habari za abasuhi. Abasuhi, sorry. I'm getting there. So I am Ridwa Raka from the ICT Authority. Unlike my previous presenters, I don't have a PowerPoint. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I just want to share a few things with you. Everything has been said so far. So much has been said. I just want to give you a takeaway for your thought process. Our SG will be talking about the Our Child's Heal after me, so I will let her elaborate on that. Before we see this video, I just want to say a few words. We are evolving in a technological world where almost anything, everything can be achieved online. Processes have been translated online. Social media has become a new friend. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to develop digital technologies to keep us in business. At the ICTA, before the pandemic, all our processes were through hard copy files. Our registry department was always in need of additional filing space. Then COVID came. Our IT department, which was already thinking in terms of developing online application processes, developed software to enable all transactions to be translated online. As of now, 99% of our processes are done online. From consumer applications, licenses, certificates, everything is done online. Even internally, staff application for leaves, benefits, loan applications, all the benefits that they wish to apply for can be done online. Now, this has enabled us to work from home for months, during the pandemic especially, and also to provide our services as per our mandate across the island. The new generation has adapted quickly with this new normal. As SG had mentioned during the liaison officers meeting on Tuesday, some of you were there, the new generation has been born into this digital era. They managed to work easily in silo. But we have staff at the authority who have been with us for more than 15 years. They are new to this technology. They need to see their papers, they need to see their customers, they need to see their colleagues. They can't work in silo. Now, in this era, staff are being equated to machines. We have our goals and we proceed by ticking boxes. The more boxes we tick, it seems like the more successful we become. But we as HR practitioners, we need to think differently. Are we really dealing with machines? Words like empathy, human touch, human capital need to be remaining our driving forces. We need to create value. As our MC Oitesh Toba said in the opening remarks, he mentioned we need this forum has to be an eye-opener. He mentioned the word act, right? Action, change, and teach. Yes, this really is important. I want to share a video with you as an eye-opener because I believe it is our employees that will drive us through this digital transformation. William?
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
But how did you know?
Madam, as any horticulturist will tell you, one does not plant petunias until May is out. Take her away. It's just a matter of observation. The real question is, how observant were you?
Hasn't finished. Sorry.
Action. Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
Okay, thank you. So, as you see, in striving to be digitally successful, it is easy to lose sight of your employees. We as HR practitioners, we have to be sure that our employees are satisfied, they are happy, then only can they perform. Now, I just want to share a few more points with you. During COVID, we've had employees who passed away. We could not even grieve with their family. We couldn't be there for them. And they've been with us for more than 15 years. We've had employees going through cancer. We couldn't be there to hold their hand. We've had one employee, just before COVID actually, who delivered triplets. That's an exceptional case. So this employee needed extra time as special leave beyond maternity leave. And now she came to see us as management. She explained her case to us, and we had to convince the board to grant her the special leave. Now this cannot be done online. You have to see them, you have to understand them. Obviously, there's the genuineness of the case that I think we HR practitioners, we are trained to assess that. We have also developed at the ICT Authority the KYE concept. It is know your employee. So we have constantly, we have HR staff, they're going through all the departments, they speak to all employees just to check what's happening, if they need anything that we can cater for. Now this is very important because they provide us with feedback. Okay, so since we are at the CTO event, let's go through a second London video. William, thank you.
Let's test. How many passes does the team in white make?
Go!
Could you count? No. Weren't you aware? 10? Okay, William, let's see.
The answer is 13. But did you see the moonwalking bear?
Thank you. Thank you, William. So I don't have much case study. I just wanted to tickle your brain a bit because much has been said over the 2 days, but I think we have to focus on our employees. There's a movie I wanted to share with you to watch if you have the possibility. The movie is I Am Ruth. It's by Kate Winslet. It's a 2-hour movie. It's based on real situations of parents struggling to understand and help their children when they are driven to mental health issues in relation to social media. As the Minister of Infrastructure mentioned in the opening remark yesterday, opportunities do not come twice. My intervention is very short, Madam Chair. I'm giving you back many minutes. But I just wanted to share that with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful, right? That sometimes we miss things that we are not looking for. Our focus would be on only what we are looking for, and maybe we forget the most important things. So if we only focus on technology transformation and we forget about our employees as the driver of this and of the change, then we may miss the real point. So thank you so much. That was a big take for me, that as much as technology is important and we want to drive it with all our energies, we shouldn't also take our eyes out of our employees, who are actually the drivers of the movement, of the change. She's kind. She has given me more minutes back, and I really appreciate that. And I would use that maybe in the stage later on to allow the room use it by maybe contributing 1 or 2 points, or maybe by asking very, very powerful questions that will give us a takeaway home. Yes, so my next speaker, I need to introduce her properly. She's the Secretary General. How many times have you been introduced in this room? So many times. She has lost count. So I think all of us know already Madam Bernadette, and with her powerful, in the morning somebody was saying, oh my God, that lady can talk in power. And I was passing by. And so thank you so much for that, and we are looking so much to get a lot from you this morning. Karibu.
Right, good morning. I have to make a disclaimer from the start. I'm not an HR practitioner. I'm a technologist. And I've worked in the private sector, in public, and also with international organizations. And the only reason I am here this morning is that we couldn't get anybody to confess that they had a failed digital transformation program and come and talk about it. So what I'm going to be doing is based on my experience working in different sectors, seeing and actually sometimes experiencing failed digital transformation programs. I'm going to point out some of the things. The presentation is called the Achilles heel of digital transformation programs. And you know, this is in Greek mythology. Achilles' mother wanted to make her son immortal, so she dipped him in the river Styx. But where she held his heel did not go in the water. And that was his area of vulnerability. Yeah, so we're going to be pointing out some of the things that will cause your digital transformation program to fail. Right, and the first thing is this. I don't know where I'm supposed to be pointing. Could you just help me, please? I'm a technologist, and I'm fumbling here with the clicker. Is somebody advancing it? I don't know if that's it. Anyway, let's just go. We have a definition for digital transformation, and this is the, okay, all right. And from the CTO's, this is the CTO's perspective, digital transformation is a process that integrates digital technology into all areas of an organization or nation, changing the operations of its people and systems to deliver value. And this is the definition we are using within the CTO. It's about enhancing value, delivering value. And the starting point for digital transformation, whether it is an organization or a nation, it starts with a vision. And you really have to decide what your business is going to be in this, the third decade, in a post-pandemic era, the third decade of the 21st century, what is your business going to be? And I'm going to say I'm going to take a little page from the traditional service providers, the legacy service providers. They have been complaining, the Netflixes and the Googles, they're eating our revenue. They're eating up our revenue. We are struggling. We are struggling to maintain our business. Yes? But that was your business. That had been your business since last century. How is it changing? You have to innovate too. You have to grow. And you have to decide what your business is going to be in this, the third decade of the 21st century. So it starts with a vision. And once you have identified that vision, it calls for, without the vision, your program isn't going to be doing very well, your digital transformation program. So you need the vision. It has to be articulated. And then you need leadership. You need a champion, and if you're a government, a champion at the highest level of government. And that champion has to believe in the vision. We spoke about this yesterday. You know, he has to say it, he has to speak it, he has to articulate it, he has to live it, he has to walk it. He has to identify the priority areas, right? He has to, if you're a government, you can't say I'm doing digital transformation and there's no budget for it. Technology costs, and therefore you have to put those resources aside to make it happen. As a leader, you have to make sure all of your managers are on track. They're all reading from the same song sheet. As a government, as a prime minister or president, you have to make sure your ministers are working together, because you know there could be interministerial rivalry. Yes? So as this is the role of the champion. And then, you know, you have to be prepared to partner, to collaborate, to work with other organizations, other people who can help you advance your vision. Another area is the articulation of the challenges that you face. What is the thing that has made you recognize that you have to transform digitally? And it is important to be able to articulate the challenge accurately. I could get up in the morning and I find my car isn't running. Is it because there's no gas? Or is it because the battery is dead? Or is it because maybe all 4 tires are flat? Until you specify what the problem is, you could come up with many solutions, but none will take you where you need to be. None will solve that problem. So it's important that we do a current state assessment, gap analysis, to determine the extent to which existing your technical, economic, policy, legal, regulatory frameworks can support that vision. And I'm speaking, as I said, I've worked with many intergovernmental organizations, and also in the private sector. So you have to do that current state assignment. And I think that exercise we did in the first session yesterday clearly defined an assessment as being the first step. And then develop a strategy. What are going to be the priorities? Which cutting-edge technology is going to help us? Or which appropriate technology is going to help us? You have to think in terms of building security in your solutions from the start. Security is not an afterthought. When you're building this building, you put in the electrics when you're putting up the wall. You don't come and stick it in afterwards. So these are things that you have to look at. Are you going to use your local talent? My recommendation is use your local talent, right? There is no shortage of indigenous talent. There's no shortage of creative indigenous thinking. Use it. It's valuable. You know, some people always think, well, we need to get a consultant from the north or the west or wherever. They are not in tune with the circumstances on the ground. And usually, sometimes, many cases, you bring them in and they hire some local person to figure it out for them. Yeah, so use your indigenous. This could be part of your strategy. And also, you want to deliver quick wins and do it with excellence. The worst thing that can happen to you is that you have a failed program early in the game. It turns people off. It's a disincentive. And I want to give an example. In 2003, one country in the Caribbean, they had a marvelous ICT strategy. It would have transformed the country. And as long as the Prime Minister was leading it, it was going at a pace. It was doing exceedingly well. And then he thought, this is going so well, I could take a back seat. And it fizzled out. It fizzled out thereafter. And 20 years later, they are still trying to get something going. That is, and people now, people say, oh, they did that before, you know, and it flopped, and you don't want that. You want to spark the imagination of your citizens. You want to get them on board, and you want them to start seeing early evidence of the potential for change, for a digital future, right? So those are some of the things that we look at. Understand the culture. Understand the culture. The culture could sink your program. I have seen it. We are going to transform governments, and we're using the Singaporean model. And you bring all these consultants from wherever, and you bring them, and you plan the program in the country, and it looks wonderful on paper, but guess what? The people who live in Singapore are very different from the people who live in the Caribbean. Yes? So in Singapore, if the president says, you know, jump, everybody's going to be, yes? But in some other countries, if the president says jump, why? The president says we should jump. You know, we have to think about this. We have to see if this is really making sense. Understand the culture is important. So you can't just take things, you know, learn from it, but don't expect it to work. You have to customize it for your local environment. Yes, and another example, another thing that I've seen in many organizations, you have people with information who control information. That information is the source of their power, and you have to wrest it from them, because that information is needed for other things. And I'm not an HR. I said I'm not an HR person. You will tell me how to deal with those people. But you have to keep your eye on them and understand that, you know, it's their source of personal power. Yes? So you have to develop the mechanisms to deal with this sort of thing. So I've just given you a couple of examples of the culture. The next part is the whole issue of communicating and engaging. And this is about changing mindsets, about sparking the imagination of your employees, of your public servants, of the potential of what you're trying to do to make their lives better. Yes? And you would need to the thing about the communication, it is continuous. You don't just turn up, go ahead, start implementing plans, and then down the road you start telling employees, well, you have to do this and you have to do that. You have to start this communication very early in the game. You can't afford to wait until things are happening. Let them know, involve them, seek their input, hear what their opinions are. Because you'd be surprised, a lot of very good ideas come from very strange places. And the more diverse the pool of stakeholders that you engage, your solution is going to be better. It takes some doing, but it will, your efforts in engaging diverse stakeholders will be rewarded. And as I said, cultivate a climate of involvement, and you're working towards fostering this commitment of all to this process that you are about to embark on. So, yes, and then plan. There's nothing like planning. On Tuesday, I was telling the liaison officers, I have seen some magnificent ICT plans, beautifully written, wonderful, but when I look at them, I know they're not implementable because they're not grounded in the reality of the circumstances on the ground. Yes? They are what I suppose pie in the sky, right? They are not grounded in the reality of what currently exists on the ground. So my advice would be, convene multi-stakeholder working groups to develop detailed work plans, develop unambiguous, achievable plans that are grounded in the reality, and build into those plans the mechanisms and the indices for measuring the progress, the effectiveness, and the impact of those solutions that you are contemplating. And then train and upskilling, training and upskilling. It's not training for the sake of training. It is training with a view to execute those plans. Yes, there's sometimes people just need to have a high-level understanding of what the system is so that they could appreciate what we're trying to do, right? There are other times that there's training that is nice to have, but it isn't really going to help you, right? So train with a view to implementing. Train also so that your people could maintain the systems. I've seen too many times the government, yes, we're introducing ICT into schools. They have a computer lab. It's opened with wonderful fanfare. And 3 months down the road, things start failing. Yes, things start failing, and there's nobody to repair anything. Yes, nobody. And then they lock the computer room, and that's the end of that. That's wasting your resources. So training to maintain, and of course to develop new applications and services, and you may need to acquire talent. You know what you have to do as HR managers. Execute. Remember the people. Continue to inspire them, to continue to engage them. The support, continue to do that throughout that execution period. And be prepared to recognize, something, we came up with this plan, we really thought it was going to work, but it's not happening, it's not working. Recognize, learn from the mistakes. You will make mistakes along the way, right? But learn from them, track progress, and be prepared to ditch. And we heard it before, what isn't working? If it's not working, why are we going down this road? Yes? And in post-execution, you're going to monitor. You're going to monitor. You would have built in the metrics before. Monitor, monitor, measure, analyze. Is it doing what we set out to do? Right? And if it isn't, where do we need to adjust? And if you have trained your people properly, they could make the adjustments. Right? And then it's a whole cycle that keeps going. You monitor, you measure, analyze, you adjust, And those are some of my insights from what I've seen with digital transformation programs over the course of many years. I thank you.
Wow. I have to confess that I've learned a lot. Maybe it was meant for me. So thank you so much. And I believe we've all learned. And it was powerful, just as I promised in the beginning. And thank you so much. That was really, really, really insightful. I would love to pick a few comments or questions before we conclude. Altesh, if you could help. A few questions. I can see 1, 2. Okay. Could you please just introduce yourself and then comment or ask?
Thank you very much. My name is Mihayo Matayo from the National Social Security Fund, NSSF. My question is on the strategy. I have seen there are like 5 parts: priority, technology, security, use of local talent, deliver quick win projects. I was wondering if you could explain a bit about funding, because you really want to go into digital transformation, but in most of the organizations, you face issue of budget. I was wondering if we could add that item on the strategy. How could you raise funds? Or is there any other document that we can include that part?
Is that question going to Bernadette, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. That is really for the finance manager, the Minister of Finance. But organizations routinely take out loans. Yes, that is certainly one way to go. But and then to remember that the whole process of digital transformation, you're going to achieve some financial savings. You will see reductions in costs. So you could set up that mechanism where you take out the loan with the expectation that this digital transformation program is going to pay back for itself. And that's part of the planning in your CapEx or whatever you do, right? You could, that is certainly one way of doing it, a commercial loan. I don't know if anyone else has any notion as to how organizations would finance their programs. Something else I just thought of. Bear in mind too, we talked about partnerships, right? And if you could form strategic partnerships where you recognize similar organizations have similar needs, and you go as a group. There are economies of scale to be derived from working in those sort of strategic partnerships. And those strategies, that was just examples of some of the strategic pointers that you could look at. There are many other things that will go into a strategy. Yes? But those are just some of the things that you could perhaps consider strategically.
Thank you so much. Maybe just to add on that, someone said yesterday that we need to start making ourselves present in the boardrooms where decisions are made. And HR will stop lagging behind and waiting to be considered as cost centers. Now, when you present yourself in front and you are in the planning and everything and you add value to the management, they will start hearing the sound of a need of that budget from you. So if this was your initiative to drive as a HR, then definitely you'll have it budgeted for, and I'm sure the funding will not be a problem with it if I just wanted to add something. So I think funding comes with planning and the budgeting. Before you start implementing something, you must be sure you have the resources to sustain it. And yeah, thank you so much. The other question was from, yes, my friend from the Gambia.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Omar Fati. I come from the Gambia, West Africa. And let me put my request this way. It's to the CTO, Secretary General. When I joined GAMTEL, that's the main telecom provider, about 20 years ago, we've seen a lot of CTO people coming for assistance. But it's like right now, that is not existent. And now with this digital information age, we have a challenge. The universities and the training centers are bringing out a lot of people. But how to harness our local talent? You were talking of the strategy. One of the key components is to harness the local talent. How to synergize, how to bring those people together to work for a common front has been a challenge for the Gambia. We want to appeal to CTO to look inwards to the Gambia one more time, because it's like when you guys left, you never came in, not the knowledge of us in the industry basically. But we want to appeal to you guys, because right now we have a fiber rings across the whole of the nation. But new service and applications need to sit on top of those things, and that has been a digital challenge for our country. We want to appeal, since this is a networking experience, to the government and to CTO to help the Gambia achieve and realize those goals. So that's one of my contributions. The other contribution is, since it's networking, one, tell everybody here that the Gambia is in West Africa, most western part of the African continent. It's a tourist destination. Please let everybody, after this program, put it in your calendar this year, next year, to come visit the Gambia. It's a very good tourist destination, friendly people. It's in fact called the Smiling Coast of Africa. So try to venture into it and come and see the Gambia. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Now, that is that point you've made. You said like you have all the fiber, you have the fiber networks, you have the infrastructure. You have the fiber networks, you have the infrastructure, but there's no services. And that is a critical part of a planning, of a comprehensive, systematic planning process, that you say, right, this is the infrastructure, what is going to ride on it, who is going to be able to use it, are they literate, are they able to use it? So it's one part of many layers that have to be added now, right? And that is something, you know, ideally, when you do your initial planning, when you do your strategy, those are things that have to be identified. Yes?
I see a hand there. Altesh, where's my microphone? Oh, can someone help me with that? Okay. Can you help me give it that lady?
Good morning, or is it afternoon already? Good afternoon. My name is Martha. I'm from Grumeti Reserves. I just want us to think, because we are sitting in this room, we are all skilled, educated, and all this. But we also employ people who are unskilled, and majority of the factories or companies in this country employ people who are unskilled. The people that we employ are trying to educate their children through the money that they get. So with digital transformation, I'm not against it, but as HR practitioners, we need to look at the effect that will come with it in terms of, because our education system still, we don't get that support that will, like you take a child to a primary public education that will give them that exposure to technology and everybody. So everyone who is earning something is trying to educate their children. But if we are replacing these casual or these unskilled employees with technology, then there's a ripple effect that will come down into their children. So that education, I think there's a need to look at it, wider aspect of it, from the education system, from the people that are in the companies. There's more. I'm not against it, but I think there's a need to explore more and bring the policymakers and decision makers and take it on a phase approach. That's what I was saying.
Can just hold on? Can Benedict respond to that before we?
Right. Thank you. Absolutely on spot. For any country, when you're talking about digital transformation, there are a set of steps that you have to go through. It starts with public awareness and education, and you reach out to your entire citizenry, from the fisherman on the ground, on the sea, right up to the government, right? And the messages are different. The messaging is different. It is audience specific, yes? And what you're saying is absolutely right. We have to look at our education system. This doesn't happen in isolation. It is a whole of government endeavor. And that's why I said, you know, for when you have at a national level, you have a champion at the highest level of government, he has to keep all the ministers on track, on the same program, going down the same road. Yes? So, and the wonderful thing about the technology is that you could use it to educate. The potential to educate people in rural, where there are no teachers, using maybe satellite LEOs and MEOs, that potential is there. But it is a whole of government, a whole of society approach that has to be taken. And unfortunately, when we talk about digital transformation and ICT and so on and so forth, you just see the same ICT people coming. And you have to extend that outreach to everybody else. And some people would not come. You know, in my experience, we have gone out to fisher folk, we have gone out to farmers, we've gone out to rural communities to spread the message. That has to be done.
Thank you so much. I still see so many hands up, but I wish I could be allowed to wrap up. And I really wish I could call all up, and we've seen the effect. Allow me to wrap up the session so that we can have another session which we needed to bring on stage before lunch. But we see how important these discussions are, and how it's affecting our lives, and how we are part of it, and we are the drivers of this. So maybe I should encourage that maybe during lunchtime, we shouldn't only eat quickly and then allow yourself to connect, to network, and discuss with somebody you think you can share a takeaway idea with, yeah? So, because that's another meaning of this meeting, to network and to learn and to unlearn. So, I'm sorry, I've seen several hands, but I would love to wrap up the meeting. Yes, and thank you so much for listening, and we've learned a lot. We've seen the challenges that really faces us when we are approaching this and when we are trying to do digital transformations. But we've also seen the factors that if we consider and take into consideration well, we will be able to have a successful digital transformation. So thank you so much for being in the room, and asante sana.
Please don't go away. As usual, we are going to recognize your good work and contribution to this room and everybody who is following this session. Therefore, we are going to present this recognition award. And today, the first presenter will be, the first person to present will be our host, Zanzibar. Madam, please. And another presenter will be Kenya. Kenya, wherever you are. Kenya. Yes, I see Patricia. And who else? Cameroon. Is Cameroon in? Cameroon? Ghana. I know we have one delegate from Ghana. Ghana? Pardon? Yes, Ghana, please come. Yes. So we start with Madam, our host. Please present here to Mridula from Mauritius. Thank you very much. A nice photo. Thank you. Would you like to say something to Mridula? Yes, say something.
Thank you very much. My name is Fatma from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Communication. And I just say thank you the way you present your topic. And I really need to do it like the video you play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next is our big woman, strong lady, iron lady, Benedetta Lewis, Secretary General. This will be presented by Ghana. An applaud for him, for her, please. Would you like to say something to her?
Thank you very much, Bernadette. I think we all had very strong takeaways. For me, it was about not telling our stories about the failing parts, right? What failed about our digital transformation journeys. And yes, we all had some failures that we don't talk about, but they were there. So thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you. Another round, please. Thank you. The third one is Peruzzi. I think you have been seeing Peruzzi all around. This lady has worked in public sector as well as in private sector. So she knows all of us in this room because we are either in public sector or in private sector. And she moved out of the box, and she is now the managing director of her own company. And we Tanzanians are very proud of her, and especially for HR specialist, because she's HR person by profession. I can say the success of this meeting to a great extent was facilitated by her. I think most of you have engaged with her in several occasions. So Peruzzi, thank you very much. With those remarks now, I would like to request Patricia to hand over this recognition award to Peruzzi. A round of applause for Peruzzi. Thank you so much. And would you like to say something to Peruzzi?
Thank you. Thank you for helping in the organization and making this function a success. Wish you well in your endeavors. And congratulations, a lady leader having your own company, Pongezi.
Thank you. Now we will have two photos. One for all of you, and the last one will be for the presenters and the moderator. Thank you very much, and this brings us to the end of this session. Back to MC.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, that will be in the newspaper tomorrow. Thank you so much, session. Thank you so much, Peruzzi. Right. Now we have a slight change of the program. How about we give you maybe another 30 minutes back, if we can do the next session now. I've checked with the catering team. It looks like our meals are not ready. But also Peruzzi has finished earlier. Almost, yeah, she finished earlier, 20 minutes earlier. Can we clap for her? So I would request that we continue the next program so that by the time we finish, the lunch will be ready and we kind of make the afternoon a little bit light. How about that? Who's with me? All right. I'll put that in my CV. Yes. Right. Yes, yes. So this is what we will do. For those who have observations, can I request that we, because there is a session that will cover, any additional questions, if I can request that, so that because we have already checked with the online person who's supposed to present, and we're just trying to avoid confusing him. So our next session is quite an interesting one. This is going to be about the digital transformation program, the HR perspective. How does that sound? Yes. Session, the digital transformation program, the HR perspective. And this will be facilitated by Elizabeth Mwamfuagasi. Elizabeth is the strategic HR leader and is currently working for the talent department, CRDB. And I wouldn't like to say much about CRDB, but I just need to declare that I've been a customer of CRDB for 30 years. So Elizabeth, can we give Elizabeth a clap so that she can come on stage? She's complaining that those are not the claps she had expected. Can we clap for Elizabeth, please? Is that better, Elizabeth? Now the floor is yours, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the spirit of maintaining the energy that has been set by the Secretary General, I would like you to give us a clap again. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. And also thank you for the flexibility that you have demonstrated in saying we can take this session now. May I take my seat? Thank you. So between yesterday and today, we have had lots of concepts of what's happening in the space out there when it comes to digital and the various digital transformations that we should expect, or the people that we as HR managers are managing and the things they're interacting with outside of our workplaces. So the buzzwords that we've been hearing include digital economy, internet value chain, artificial intelligence, big data, cybersecurity, blockchain, Internet of Things, customer-centric solutions, 5G, and those are big words for some of us in the HR space. We might not be very familiar with that, we might not be very accustomed with that, and we might be wondering, what does this mean? How am I going to make it practical in my workplace? We have had the previous session that has just highlighted how to implement a digital transformation program and things to look out for that made them successful or not successful. And in this session, which is the session 6 of this event today,
we are going to look at digital transformation programs. And I'm going to have panelists who are going to share with us some of those digital programs that they have been able to implement to help us just answer the following 3 big questions that I have in mind. The first question is for those who are asking themselves, all this that we've had since yesterday and today, is it really practical? Is the digital transformation agenda really practical in the HR space? The second question is around what are some of the transformations that have been implemented, which you will get to hear. And finally, what else can we do to remain relevant in our respective places? Ladies and gentlemen, to help me share with you some of the practical examples is 3 powerful HR practitioners and experts. We will have Ms. Masego Chijoro, HR specialist from Bofinet, Botswana. Is she in? Please give up your hands for Masego. Welcome. All right. We will also have an HR practitioner as well from Ghana, and this is none other than Miss Hannah Krong Akwaba. Karibu. And I will also have an expert from PwC Tanzania. I'm not sure they're online or here. Altesh. PwC Tanzania. Okay. They're not here. Okay. Thank you. We'll proceed with the 2. And they will share with us. But before they start, just to again bring the energy back, because it's about transformation and it's about what we can learn and how we can go back and transform. It just reminded me of a sentence that we once had, or a tongue twister we had when I was growing up. That's a long time ago, you can technically see. We used to have a tongue twister around how a Maasai boy transformed from their culture of clothes that they wear into wearing a tie. And the tongue twister used to go like this, and you will all say it after me. Because after this, I would like that tongue twister to become a reminder to you that you need to go back and transform based on all that you have heard today. So it goes like, okay, thank you. I was just being given an additional insight. We'll have another online presenter, Mr. Stewart Samkenge, on LinkedIn, but we're not yet ready to bring them on board. Let me just quickly walk us all through the tongue twister. So it goes like this, and you'll repeat after me. Kantai is a Maasai boy. If Kantai a tie, why can't I tie a tie? As Kantai a tie. Nice, right? Let's stand up and do it once. Let's maintain that energy before we get to hear great stories here. Kantai is a Maasai boy. Let's go. Kantai is a Maasai boy. If Kantai a tie, why can't I tie a tie? As Kantai a tie. Yeah, clap for yourselves. Thank you very much. Yeah. And the story behind Kantai is really just about, we are going to be seeing some of the programs that have been implemented, and if they have been implemented elsewhere, why can't we go and also implement the same? So it's really about stretching ourselves and challenging ourselves to go and be able to implement some of the great insights that we are getting out of this session. Thank you very much. May I know if Stewart is in? Hello, Stewart.
And how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, and welcome into session 6, where we talk about digital transformation.
Come on camera. Hi, everyone. How is everyone today? I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, Stewart, and I just want to give you an indication of your time limit just before you start sharing. The only thing standing between lunch and these people in the room is yourself and the beautiful ladies in here sharing their experiences. So please spend 10 to 15 minutes and welcome.
If I can ask those who are in control to just give me presentation rights, then I'll be able to do this in the 10 minutes that we have. I'm still currently disabled. But nevertheless, while we're getting that sorted out, I thought I'd use my 10 minutes to try and help you as individuals, as professionals. Those of you who follow me on LinkedIn will know that I use the hashtag, it's time to shine. It's time to shine as the IT professional you are. It's time to shine as the HR professional you are. But how do you do that? You do this on the world's largest platform of like-minded professionals. As a professional, attending conferences like this helps you grow. But more important than that, it helps you network with like-minded professionals. So I hope in the time you spent, you've been using that time to network and get to meet and to know other people. How else can you get to know, meet, and interact with other like-minded professionals? Well, you can do that with your phone. Right now, with your phone, if you have LinkedIn on it, next time when we take the break for lunch and someone says, can I have your business card? You may have run out of business cards, or maybe you don't have a business card. But what you can do is give them your LinkedIn profile. Now, how do you do that? Walk up to someone, ask them to go onto their LinkedIn, ask them to go into their notifications and do a search for you. Once they've done a search, you can scan that person's QR code so that you can further interact after this conference. Let me just check and make sure that I've got, no, still don't have presentation rights. Nevertheless, there were some key points which I can speak to about how you leverage LinkedIn to grow as an individual. We all need to make time for learning. We all need to grow. The best way for us to grow is, of course, by highlighting what our journey has been so far, connecting with those that can help us, and sharing the experiences, such as what you've learned in this conference. Share it on LinkedIn. There are many people in your industry or stakeholders that help you to be successful that weren't able to attend. So at a conference like this, not only can we network with people on LinkedIn, but we can share some of the key messages that we've learned. What I was going to share, if I had presentation rights, was just a 2-page overview of how you can leverage your platform or your professional brand on LinkedIn to tell the world what skills you have, what expertise you have, and maybe some of the things that you're currently working on. What it was just going to show you, and you will get it after this event, we're going to email it through to you, will be 9 key points on how you can build a professional profile. Now, just want to point it out there, there's no such thing as a perfect profile. Your profile is a digital representation of the story of you. So it will continue to grow and change as your career grows, as your aspirations change, as you learn new skills and attend conferences such as the one you're participating in today. So on your LinkedIn profile, the tips you are going to get will speak to ensuring that the fundamentals are right. As I said, no such thing as a perfect one. So make sure the institution where you studied shows, because you become part of that alumni. Make sure that under your work experience, for example, you're not putting a laundry list of all the things that you do on a daily basis. But however, you're using that work experience section on your LinkedIn profile to tell a compelling story. What's the story? Who you work for, what is it they do, and how you are adding value, results, and impact into that world of work. There are so many other tips that you are going to get. It will be in writing, but I know I'm the one standing between you and lunch. There's other ways for us to interact. Of course, after the conference, let's connect on LinkedIn. Let's connect on Twitter. Or you can watch some of my other more detailed presentations on YouTube. I thank you for the short time I was given. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to present, but I hope you're walking away from this knowing that your profile, your brand, is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So if you don't have a LinkedIn presence, I know you're not looking for a job, you're a professional. But if you don't have a dynamic presence, what does it say to the people you're trying to hire? What does it say to the people you manage? What does it say to your customers about your digital literacy or transformation? Take time to own your personal brand. Right now, if we were to search for any one of us on the internet right now, what will probably come up is our LinkedIn profiles. Own your brand, own your story. You are a professional. Tell the world the skills, the impact, and the experience that you can bring. Thank you for your time.
Give it up for Stewart. Thank you very much, Stewart. Thank you. And there's a request that you also make an introduction of yourself end to end because we missed out on your profile. Kindly spend another 1 minute on that. Thank you.
1 minute. Okay, so I'm proudly from Zimbabwe, but currently living in Dublin, Ireland. I've been out here for the last 5 years. My journey has always been with IT technology companies, so working for IBM, Microsoft, SAP, Oracle, and currently working at LinkedIn. At LinkedIn, I'm here because this job enables other people to get access to economic opportunities. I currently focus on working in the higher education space, helping students get skills for jobs, helping staff and faculty get skills for productivity, and for flipping the classroom, making it more interactive. My value to you is that I have access to LinkedIn insights that give holistic views of what's changing in the world of work, what's changing in the world of learning. One of the things I will be sharing after this conference will be LinkedIn's report on the changing nature of work, the changing nature of skills, and the changing nature of recruitment. So I'll definitely share that with the audience.
Thank you very much, Stewart. Thank you so much. And that takes us to the next presenter. And our next presenter is going to be Ms. Masengo Chijoro, sharing with us some of the practical programs that they've been able to implement at their workplace. Karibu. While she's setting up, just remember to update your LinkedIn profile and make sure Stewart's concerns are actually covered on your LinkedIn profile. I'm sure you will receive the document that he has said he will share. So watch out your emails.
Good afternoon. While they are trying to set me up, I bring love and peace from the land of milk and honey, that is the land of Botswana. Our pride, your destination. So if there are a lot of avid travelers in the house, I'll ask you tonight to review your bucket lists and then put Botswana on top. Gambia will come second and then the rest. Okay, my job is very easy this afternoon, just to share with you our journey as Botswana Fiber Networks in terms of digital transformation. And as a background for those who do not know our company, we are a government-owned wholesale provider of national and international telecommunication infrastructure, and we were established in 2013. So we are a very young and vibrant organization, very critical to the national ICT agenda of our country. Where it started, we asked ourselves why we needed to transform as the organization. And then the answer to that million question was that digital transformation for us, it will provide BOFINET with a self-reliant governance, skill sets, digital transformation architecture that will enable BOFINET to be agile and effective in evolving with business, technology, and market changes over time. As the organization, in terms of our first strategy, we are focusing on connectivity. And then our next strategy was to be commercial and also ensure that we are sustainable. So it was very critical for us to embark on this journey of digital transformation so that we are able to make money. And we believe that digital transformation is not an end state, but rather an ever-changing set of challenges and opportunities. So for us, it is a journey, and it is a 3-year journey that started from 2021. So I'm just going to take you through that journey, but focusing on HR. So I'm taking you through the journey through an HRI. So where it started, we started with embarking on a digital maturity assessment. So the way we did it, we believed that stakeholder engagement is very critical. So we started with engaging our staff. And that was done through onboarding workshop firstly. And then after that, a staff survey. And this was covering every level in the organization, including the board. And also, there were one-on-one interviews that were conducted to try and assess where we were at that time. And then from the feedback that we got during those engagements, we were able to determine where we were in terms of digital transformation. And we adopted a 5 rating scale just to determine our maturity level. So in terms of that rating, 1 is a level that we call initiating. This is early formulation or business as usual. And then the second level is emerging stage. And this is where you have digital transformation initiatives, but they do not cover the entire business. And then the third stage is performing. This is where your initiatives that you've put in place are effective. And then the fourth stage is the advancing stage. And this is where your digital transformation excellence is evident in delivering a coherent organizational-wide change in multiple areas of the business. And then the last stage, which is the ideal stage, is where you have best in digital transformation capability, where your organization is optimized and agile. So after doing the assessment, as the organization, we found that we were at level 2, and that is the emerging stage. So there was a lot of work to be done for us to be able to reach the ideal state. And then because, like I've said, it is a journey and not an end stage. So we adopted step-by-step approach. So we were saying, for us to be able to be realistic, we would want to move from stage 2 to stage 4, and then after that we can strive to move to stage 5. What we also discovered during the analysis that we did for the SE's situation, we found that it called for a truly agile approach to the journey that we were embarking on. And another gap also was that in terms of the feedback that we got, there was no alignment between management and the rest of staff. So then we believed that for our journey to be successful, we have to make that very clear so that both management and the rest of staff are aligned in terms of the digital vision that we wanted to achieve as the organization. So that was our current situation, where now we were to come up with interventions that will help us to move from stage 2 to stage 4, like I've highlighted. So in terms of the framework that we adopted, we categorized areas that we needed to look at in 6 categories. So we had the customer stream, we had the strategy stream, we had the technology stream, operations, culture, and data. But for our presentation this afternoon, we are going to focus on the culture stream, which is the HR stream. So for HR to be able to be the best enabler for our organization to achieve this digital transformation journey.
I'm going to ask you to speed up. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We focused on the following: 1, aligning organizational culture to the digital strategy to drive employee experience, because we believe that is very, very critical, because your people are the ones who are going to drive that digital transformation. Secondly, talent management, where we'll look at competencies, knowledge, and skills to create an effective workforce that is digitally savvy. And then the third area, workplace enablement, where we are going to look at improving working environment, providing tools of trade, optimizing practices to support productivity and innovation. And then we asked ourselves, what will be the winning formula for us as HR for us to add value to this journey? And then we came up with a list of initiatives that some we have implemented, some are still ongoing. So the first one, just to cover the area of culture, we have monthly culture activations, and these activations are being driven by our employees. So every department is given a slot each month for them to be able to articulate this culture that we want to instill in our organization. The second one is appointing digital transformation champions. So these champions are from all levels. We have your officers up to executives being part of these champions. And what we say is that we have to make sure that we instill or communicate at all levels with our employees, and the champions assist us as HR in that regard. And then the other initiatives are around looking at reviewing our organizational structure to align it to the journey that we have embarked on. And also doing the skills gap analysis, looking at competencies and skills, which will then later will make sure that then we upskill internally or acquire external new skills to be able to assist the organization to achieve the journey. And then the other critical one is the mindset change leadership training that we have embarked on, because we believe it is also critical. And then automation, this is an ongoing exercise, And the good thing about is, like SG has said, we are using our local team to do these apps, and very brilliant young boys who have come up with automation of our recruitment, onboarding, and induction. And then the last two, just new ERP system, which we believe the one that we have currently is not serving purpose that we intend, and also looking at HR process optimizations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing the Bofinet digital transformation journey. Powerful presentation as well. I would like to bring in Hannah Akrong also to share her journey, and then we can have conversations from that. Karibu. I like the fact that Masego mentioned that they used local talent, which is really highly aligned to what the Secretary General said. And I'm sure there are advantages of doing that. While she's setting up, you're done, yeah? Okay, thanks for picking it.
Thank you, good afternoon. So, as human beings, we live, we learn, and we evolve. So having sat through a few of the presentation, I've noticed something. That's the organizers are not joking with the time that you are allotted. They will cut you off without fear or favor. So here's what I've decided to do. I've decided to talk about my takeaways now, just in case I talk too much and they cut me off. So there's 3 things I want you to take away from my presentation from our Vodafone Ghana's digital transformation journey. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's 3 things. If you don't hear anything else that I talk about, so there's 3 things that I want you to take away from our Vodafone Ghana's digital transformation journey. And the first one is, what gets measured gets done. You have to very quickly identify what it is that is important in this journey and how you're going to measure it, who's going to be responsible. What gets measured gets done, and do that quickly. The second one is communicate often, communicate clearly and simply what the vision is and what the strategy is. Again, you have to do this often. Do not assume that the first time, the second time, even the third time that you communicate is enough. You have to find platforms to communicate exactly what you're trying to do. And then the third one is be transparent. Be transparent about the failures, what is not working well. Be transparent about the successes, celebrate the successes, and be transparent about what it is that you want the organization to know. At a point very quickly we told employees that we will not lie to you. There is certain times where we cannot, or we're not in a place to answer the questions that you have, but then I'll tell you that I can't answer your question right now, but I will let you know when I have the full facts and the full details of it. And then data analytics. And so using that to our advantage was very, very important. No matter where you are in the organization, you had to use data. And our buzzwords was, in God we trust, all else must bring data. In God we trust, all else must bring data. Just because you put together this nice presentation doesn't mean we all have to go and do it. What supports it? What data do you have to support it? So those are the key takeaways. So just in case you cut me off. All right. I think I will just get through this.
Just a moment while she's bringing that on board. Our online viewers, if you have any questions, please feel free to type them in and we'll have them responded to. Thank you.
Okay. So the context and background, and I mentioned COVID-19 here because although we had started our digital transformation journey, we realized that COVID-19 actually accelerated the pace of change that we were going through. It forced us to rethink a lot of what we were doing. It forced us to be quicker in implementing a lot of the things that we were talking about and hadn't really, put a measure on. So some of the examples were our working arrangements, right? How we worked and how we were going to work in the future. We had been talking about hybrid working as an organization for a very long time, and all the advantages and some disadvantages as well. But once COVID forced us to work from home, we realized that we very quickly had to train employees, train managers on how to work remote, train managers on how to coach, how to mentor, and how to measure employees' performance whilst working remote. Technological acceleration and digital transformation. Labor changes. So even the way we recruited, we started doing a lot more crowdsourcing. We introduced that into our recruitment platform. And then data, I've talked about data analytics already to drive decision making. Our transformation touched on all aspects of the organization, but we didn't forget our sustainability and our social impact, right? Bringing our customers along the journey with us as well. So here were some of the few things that and there were a lot, that we highlighted that we needed to change. Moving from a traditionally hierarchical, bureaucratic organization where decision-making has to move from one step to the other, to the other, to the other. We took out layers from our organization as a start. And then we also introduced agile methodology, so agile ways of working. We introduced squads and tribes. And so basically, moving from having to move one decision to the manager, to the senior manager, to the director, to where a squad owns from beginning to end product design, customer experience journeys, etc. And so we saw a quick shift in the way that we worked and in the way that decisions were made as well. Yes, there was some learning on the part of managers who felt that every decision still has to come to me. I have to veto, I have to approve every single decision. But we empowered the teams to be able to do this. We failed fast, we learned, and then we moved forward as well. And then career ladders as well. I think a few of the presenters have talked about the career ladders, moving from traditional career ladders where, for us, it was very clear. Your parents, tell you have to, after high school, you have to go into law, you have to go into engineering, accounting. It was very set structures, right? But now, you can see the youth have a lot more options. There's nano degrees, which, you can find Coursera, Udemy, etc., where you have these ready-made courses that make you, by the time you're done, in a year or 18 months, you move from that immediately into a career that supports exactly what you're doing, right? So as cybersecurity analysts, I'm hiring cybersecurity analysts who've done 18-month cybersecurity nano degrees and who are ready to come into my organization. Versus in the past where I would hire somebody in, let's say, who has an engineering background. I have to bring them in. I have to train them in how my organization works, in how, exactly what we're looking for in our cybersecurity journey as well. And so career ladders and how we train employees has changed as well. I'm moving very fast through my slides, so pardon me.
Yes, because when it's 5 minutes, you'll start rushing.
So in rethinking our workplace model and how our organization works, we focused on a number of key considerations, and there are 3 pillars that I want to take the time to talk about. So the first was we wanted to give a differentiated and wow customer experience, right? A differentiated and wow customer experience. And for employees, a digital and personalized employee experience. A digital and personalized employee experience. And then the third one I talked about, we wanted to bring our communities and our society along with our digital journey as well. And so a digital society and inclusion for all. So those were the 3 pillars. I will spend the most time on the middle pillar, which is the digital and personalized employee experience. So for the customer experience, we identified very clearly what is the status quo now and what do we want it to be. And in the beginning, it seemed very lofty, a lot of the ideas that we were talking about. So for example, we talked about removing completely scratch cards, right? Because we're a technology, we're a telco organization. So scratch cards, removing them completely from the system. Everybody has to, do it digitally, be online. We gave ourselves I think we set the bar actually quite low in the beginning because we were not sure how capable we were of doing this. And as at, I'm very happy to share with you, as at the last time we reviewed our strategy document with our employees, we were at 98%, where we've moved 98% to digital and only 2% is doing, we're doing, still printing scratch cards as well. This has made it very convenient for our customers, right? Because, I mean, during the rainy season, you run out of data, you run out of voice minutes, you have to find a way to go out there and find scratch cards. But now, if you have the Vodafone app, you can just go on there and then quickly, buy your whatever you need, and life goes on. Convenience. This was a buzzword as well, so convenience, self-service, anywhere, anytime. And then digital marketing and sales. So how we were going to make the customer experience very personalized, online sales, digital onboarding as well. I've talked about my Vodafone app, which was our to-go app, and then customer value management. So customer value management became a huge thing, and we had to very quickly hire those who had expertise, and back then there weren't a lot. So we hired new grads, we trained them on customer value management. So customer value management is basically ensuring that every customer has a personalized journey, right? And so every morning, if you're a customer, you get a different offer that is sent you based on the analytics that we've done into your history, into your purchase history. And it's called Made for Me. So every customer gets a different one than is sent to their sister, their neighbor, etc. Toby. So Toby is our virtual assistant. So Toby is an online digital assistant. It's 24/7. So it's not a call center that closes. So anytime you have an issue, Toby is ready to answer questions, any customer questions that comes up. And then digital sales, I think I've talked about that. So So the employee experience. So we wanted to ensure that we were providing a very personalized employee experience, and that employees understood right from the beginning what we were trying to do, and they came along the journey with us. So our culture had to change.
5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. We came up with our change strategy. It was actually called the change strategy. And we went on a roadshow. The CEO at Exco and some of our team went on a roadshow across the region, literally talking about what our change strategy was, what the vision was, why is it necessary for us to do this now, moving from a traditionally telecommunications company to a technology company, and what that meant. So do the roadshows, mindset changes through webinars. We had our CEO every week. We had an all-employee session where the CEO and everybody jumped on Teams, Microsoft Teams. We talk about what is happening, and then it's an open forum for everybody to ask questions. And this way, you kind of tone down on the side conversations that employees can be having and not really sure, and asking their peers versus asking the leadership team. So we had that. I think it was bi-weekly. We still have that now, but we do it once a month. And then we thought about this fun way to engage. We called ourselves digital dinosaurs, right? Those of us who were not that familiar and that, tuned in. Some of us are very old. So our youth programs, those who were our interns, etc., we trained a few of them, and we called them digital ninjas. And so there was one in every team. They worked with the teams to, again, talk about the change, teach them the new platforms, the new innovations that we were bringing. Agile ways of working, I've talked about that, creating the squads and giving them decision-making, and hybrid working, yes. So we went from working traditional 5 days a week morphed into doing 2 days a week in the office and then 3 days remote. And then no cash transactions. We came to a point where there's no cash transactions in our office buildings. Everything is digital. Who we hire and how we hire as well. So from an HR perspective, we had our teams. I'll give one example. So for our graduate program, right, we post the roles, and we usually hire about 10 every year. And then on about second, third day, we have about 700 applicants. And you can imagine how many people, right, how many recruiters it would take to traditionally review all these CVs and then get down to the 10 that we finally need. So we changed that as well by using digital hire view, helps a lot. And then Eightfold. So Eightfold is our AI tool that basically scans through all the CVs based on the job description that we have, and then it only sends through, and you can say the best 50, the best 60, and then it sends through to the recruiters the best 50 out of that 700 on day one, based on the keywords in that job description. Which is why it's very important now. This is just a side note. This is why it's very important now to make sure you have customized CVs, right, for every job, because a lot of organizations are doing that now, using AI to review jobs. Who we hire. So we focus a lot on the technologies, the innovations that we needed in, what time? 2 minutes, okay. I understand that my colleague Vivian yesterday, I missed her presentation, I came in late, has already talked about our 14 digital skills, but yes, we are same company. And so, well, we were same company. Vodafone Ghana was just sold to Telecel Global, but the name is still the same. So anyway, we went through that, trained everybody, and ensured we measured how many people, everybody was assigned digital task and digital training to do our HR touch points, HR digital bots, where you can go in, do your booking with Toby. See what
Thank you very much, Hannah.
And then the Digital Society for All, moving our partners, our society onto our journey. So yes, we'll talk some more during the rest of the journey.
Thank you very much. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Anna. And during lunch, you can, sit by her table so that you can finalize that. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the questions I had during the day was, how do you bring this to your management team, a digital transformation agenda, and get a budget for it? And listening to the cases that they have shared in terms of what they were able to do, I think when you make it practical for them in terms of breaking down what that digital transformation is going to look and feel like, the results it's going to bring, then it will be one of the things that would really help you push that agenda forward. Yeah, the case is real. We have had revenue growth as a result of digital transformation. We have had improved customer experience and customer satisfaction as a result of digital transformation. And we know, as HR professionals, we are working with people who are interacting with very high service based on the digital space that they are in. Yeah? When they come to our workplaces, they need to experience a consistent or seamless type of service experience. So this is for us to challenge you back and say, yes, the case is real. You can actually go and do it. We've seen Bofinet has done it. We've seen Vodafone has done it. The Secretary General has highlighted some of the things that could make you succeed or fail in that. And I know each and every one of you has some insights they might want to be sharing about your personal or your company digital transformation agenda, challenges and success. You can have that discussion happen during lunchtime or during lunch break. I may want to just quickly check if there are any questions online. Sorry, I can't read from here, so just allow me to go around and read them out.
Oh, what was I supposed to do?
Thank you. So the first question is, we see the worst part of all this technological transformation is that changes only rely on quick positive outcome on the targeted environment and purposely ignoring internal and external context of the targeted population. My question is, how society, laws, as well as strategic plan is prepared based on capacity, commitment in order to result long-term goal with greater performance. So I think the question here is really around how are we bringing this in the context of internal and external factors to the strategic plan of the organization and bringing it to life. And I think any one of our panel discussants might want to take that question. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you. First of all stakeholders must be identified and brought to the table quickly so that they have a say into building the strategy and building the vision. And then I talked a lot about putting together measures and holding people accountable for those measures. And so if this is what we've decided is our change strategy, how are we going to measure it and how often, right? And so we're keeping ourselves accountable. We've identified what is important to all of us, right? Stakeholders around this table, what does success look like? And then questioning at every point, because it's not a smooth journey. There are times where you see a lot more failure than you see successes, but then ensuring that when the successes come, you identify them and you celebrate them. I don't know if that completely answers her question, but yeah, I think that identifying your stakeholders is very easy, bringing them to the table, working with them to put together the strategy and putting together what the objectives are that they're going to be measuring, and ensuring that you're measuring those is very important.
Thank you very much. I'll take another question in the floor if there's any. Oh, okay.
Can you just display
another question on the screen?
There was another question. There was the first question at the top.
On the floor, question?
I think, okay, the question that was, the first question was, using technology, you might actually miss out people who do not necessarily have the technology, to now share that information. The question is there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You
That's from Joshua Jacob.
Yes.
All right, I see. Thank you. The question is, you may miss important people due to the fact that it's automated system working as programmed. So I think the concern is when you look at the array of the entire population, there are people who are on the technology and there are others who are probably on a slower technology. How would you bring in a hybrid solution that would address both? That's the question. Who would like to take it? Stuart, let you start, and then we'll come back on the floor.
I'll be happy to take that and also speak to the first question if there still is time for that.
Sure.
But speaking to democratizing the way we bring in people or the way we transform our organization, I think there was good points made in the presentation earlier about the need to have town hall engagements, the need to have face-to-face engagements, and to bring everybody in. And as we transform, as much as we're getting all these technology solutions to help us with this, in order to ensure that everyone gets access to equal opportunity, we want to ensure that some of these technologies are able to operate on phones and other devices, or we have a kiosk set up for those who might not have a smartphone or even a computer. So yeah, technology is a great enabler, but we shouldn't forget those that are otherwise challenged from a technology perspective. But I just wanted to actually go back to the first point, and really the first question was about how we're going to transform. And for us at LinkedIn, transformation has always been about people. So I love the points that were made in the two presentations. And I think if you were to walk away at lunchtime with anything, is to know, number one, you need to be in a leadership position. You need to own this as a leader in terms of the whole transformation of the organization. Number two, you need to know your people. So knowing people is interacting with them and knowing that our people have fears, they have dreams, they have aspirations, they have families, they have passions. Get to know them so that when we talk about transforming our institution, we're positioning the transformation as growth. Growth for them as an individual, growth in terms of how we manage our clients and our business and our day-to-day lives, and of course growth in terms of our careers. Then number three, what I also got out of this is that we need to focus on the employee experience. As we transform, as much as we're doing it for our customers and external stakeholders, what does this mean from an experience perspective internally? So that's why interacting with them, getting to know them, getting them to be part of the journey is important, so that ultimately they embrace the solution. They don't see this technology or all these new innovations as things that are going to replace them in the world of work. And then again, we need to remember we're interacting with human beings, right? And we need to bring in a little bit of emotion here. And as I talk to organizations and institutions, one thing I've been leading with is saying, look, we need to stop calling it head count. We need to call it a heart count. Because when we put the heart element into it, we start thinking of this transformation as human beings and having human factors that can either make it successful or not. Last and not least was, of course, the fact that everybody spoke about purpose. In order for our transformations to come to life, they must have purpose and meaning. These are not mutually exclusive. These are two different but crucial aspects that make us who we are as human beings. So position your transformation, what the purpose is, and the meaning is for our people. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Thank you. And I see somebody holding a mic. I think they're ready to ask their question inside. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, very impressive presentation about what you did in Vodafone Ghana. And yesterday, obviously, we heard from Vodacom Tanzania, also very impressive. I feel some consistency. I feel that in terms of maybe this was an initiative that was obviously done in lots of countries, but all at once. So how did that work? Obviously, you're a global group of some size. How did that work in terms of the consistent application that it seems to be, to me, seems evident from what you've both been talking about?
Right, great question. So the headline was very consistent. So the headline was moving us from a traditional telecommunications company to a technology company. And we put together teams that comprised of, and Vivian and I were on that team as HRDs of the various countries, with other HRDs, talking about what does it look like for our various countries. And then, of course, teams that were focused on technology, that were focused on customer experience, etc. And so breaking it down, coming into our countries, we knew what the vision was at the top, right, with our CEOs and the leadership team. But how does it break down? Because in Ghana, we have unique challenges that South Africa may not have, that Tanzania may not have. And so ensuring that in planning that and putting together our strategy team to come up with, and the change strategy was specifically a very local one. Right? We identified which aspects of our communities and what we needed to, kind of target with. And our employees, how does it work, right? And I mean, of course, so for example, taking United Kingdom Vodafone, they were way faster ahead on their digital transformation than we were, right? And so how do we get our people to where they are at? And sometimes it didn't make sense, some of the things, for other countries. And so taking that strategy and everybody being very aligned to what the vision was, but then breaking it down to the country level on what is important and what will be successful.
Thank you very much. Master of Ceremony, I'm not sure if your lunch is ready, or could I take one extra question?
Just one last question.
One last burning question. Is it in the room or online? Question in the room, going once, going twice. Thank you very much, presenters. Thank you very much, Stewart Online, for taking us through these very important insights and practical cases of how digital transformations have worked. I think this team here basically is telling you that it can be done. It can be done. And we expect that out of this workshop, you will go back and look at how you are going to do it. Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, Peruzzi, do you want to come in? There was, we felt that we did not introduce Stewart well. So Peruzzi would like to say something, and then when that is done, you'll also do the handover of the, the tokens, and then we close.
So Thank you so much, team. Hold on there. Stuart, come on the screen. I need to see you. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Long time. So Stuart is my colleague. We were certified together as solution-focused coaches. And he's been a friend, been in several events together, and is always right handy when you need someone to come in to rescue. And is always insightful, and we really appreciate what you did today. So sincerely, on behalf of Voltesh, who is also a friend, we want to say thank you so much, and a big thank you. Stuart came in last minute. We could not get hold of him. I think he was busy, engaged on something, but when he was ready, he's like, yes, I'm in. And that's why maybe you didn't have his profile on the program. So we appreciate you so much, and I know the rest will be handed over to presents, but personally, I'll make sure you as reaches out and stay in touch. I'll get in touch after the sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to Stuart again. Thank you, Stuart, and we have enjoyed your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next session is presentations, and I would like to invite Mary Palmer. Mary Palmer is Commissioner of Immigration in the United Republic of Tanzania, dealing with the visas and the permits. Therefore, our arrival here, together with the Zanzibar office, these are the people who have made our entry a little bit easier. You are welcome, madam. You will help us. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Now it's time for presentation. Can you stand there, please? And today I will be discriminative, but within the gender. So I start with the chair. Moderator. Elizabeth. Can you present for her? Where is the photographer? You are here. Yes, please. A round of applause for the very able chair. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Would you like to say something for Elizabeth?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not an HR person, but I've been here hearing this and that, and I've learned a lot about HR issues and digital transformation. And I hope maybe our department will also be coming here because we are in e-migration. So it's a good thing that I've come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Next is Chijoro. I said I will be very discriminative. Those people from West Africa are very far, so they will be last. Chijoro. Again, Madam Commissioner will present. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. I think she has already spoken to her. She don't need to repeat in the microphone. Yes, now you two can go, and Madam Commissioner can go. I said I will be very, a photo first. Because I said I will be very discriminative today. Please, a photo for all of you, and then for 3 of you. Commissioner, you can go. Then
You have pidgin English, like the one they have in Nigeria?
It's just so bad.
Yeah. All right. But can you speak that English? The one that is spoken in the streets and everything? No. Because I also understand. All right. Okay. So we're about to start the afternoon session. And the good thing is we have covered quite a bit. We have covered some ground in the morning. So that makes the afternoon a bit light. And there was something that caught me in the morning presentation. I can't remember if it was one of your slides, but there was a slide that had consistency, commitment, you know. Yeah. Continuous. Yes. Right, right. So one word that I really picked there, and I think it has been repeated in the course of these presentations. Even the lady, is it Hannah from Ghana? She did talk about it's not easy, it's a long journey. And I've also noticed that the word journey has been used severally. Now, the reason I brought this up is, I'll take you back in the days when I used to go to primary school. And I used to play football. And I played football for 7 years. And for 7 years, I missed not a single practice match. For 7 years, I missed not a single match. But for 7 years, it happens that I would run around the pitch for 90 minutes, touch the ball not even once. And for 7 years, I scored not a single goal. Someone just said it. And I remember the last match we had to play was against our arch rivals, our neighboring primary school. And we were ready. I could see the trophy shimmering. I don't know who was going to win that day. And as you would expect, I was included in the team. You might be wondering, why would they include me in the team and I wasn't that good? Can you guess why? We needed 11 boys, and I guess it's just because our class had 11 boys. The match started, 10 minutes, no goal, 20 minutes, no goal, halftime, there was no goal. And it went all the way. About the 89th minute, I was tired, I was exhausted, I was completely wiped out. And I was just waiting for the final whistle to blow. And I just decided to stand, waiting to get out of the pitch. But then I see my teammate Solo pick the ball and dribble. He passed the first opponent, and then the second opponent, and then the third opponent, and then the fourth opponent. And he hit that ball with his all energy. And I could tell, much as I was not as good in football, but when I did my numbers, I could tell that that ball was not going to hit the goal or the target. The ball came and hit me. And when it hit me, it went straight into the goalpost. And that is how I scored my first and ever goal for 7 years. I was declared the first footballer of the year for one night. It took me how long? 7 years to score one goal. Now let's get back here. You might be struggling with, you know, there were issues to do with funds, there are issues to do with management, there are issues to do with culture, mindset. We all experience these challenges in our institutions. But let me tell you, it takes showing up, it takes, and just going back to what Bernadette had shared, continuously showing up. It takes commitment for us to really be able to get these strategies off the table, use them, and get them to give us the output, the efficiency, and the effectiveness that we expect. Who is ready for the last session? All right. So we have our last session is going to be on envisioning HR and the future of work and workplace immersive technologies. Dr. Kilembe, are you in the room? All right. So our next chair is a leader in his own right and has served as the board chair for the Tanzanian Communication Regulatory Authority, a position he held for 6 years. He also served as the second vice president for the Telecommunications Organization Executive Committee, and during his tenure as the second vice president of the CTO ECHO, he made a meaningful contribution to the CTO strategic plan. Please join me as we welcome Dr. Jonas Kilembe. So, Doctor, you have the mic there, so you might probably want to invite your panel members.
Thank you very much. I have noticed something very interesting. Yesterday and today, until lunchtime, we had so many workers here, filling up the space. 3 to 4 workers, plus the chairman of any session. But now, this session, there will be only 1 worker here. I think there has already been a transition here in terms of digital. Is it a demonstration that the others have been laid off? I hope everybody has a job to do. Our discussions yesterday and today, I think they gave us keys to knowledge, and that will help us to pursue further as we go back to our administrations. As I said before this morning, most of the presenters are HR people, but they have been very articulate in terms of making their presentation regarding digital transformation and the technologies which are being used, which is also an indication that you are not left behind. You are in the game. Immersive technologies, just like metaverses, there is one term that has been crowned, is disruptive technologies. But they have been instrumental in terms of changing our lives. Or they will be instrumental in terms of changing our lives. Because in some cases we may not be there now, or to the same level, the same degree as others, but I can tell you eventually we shall be there. So let's continue believing in that. And I think this is what we've been preaching here today. Change, change, learning, learning, relearning, skills, skills. I came across a statement somewhere and I was a bit, I found it a bit funny because they said there are companies which would prefer employees with skills more than those with degrees. Have you ever heard about that? Then I said, a person like myself probably would never get a job, because once they see 3 degrees, they say, no, we don't need you. We just need people with skills. At one time, I remember at ITU, we were joking in a group that someone like Bill Gates would never get a job there at ITU because he had no masters. But you can imagine what Bill Gates has done in our lives. Yesterday, Professor Nkoma mentioned something about the internet value chain. We spent almost 4 days talking about the internet value chain, and that was here in Zanzibar when we were trying to prepare for the digital economy of this country. And we realized that in the areas of online services and online technologies, that's where most of the revenues come. And you also agree with me that that's where most of the innovations are happening. And innovations have no limits. I think the limit is not even our own thinking. That's how I can try to describe what is going on these days. So as long as there are innovations happening or taking place, we'll never stop thinking about new things. We have a speaker who will be joining us, and he may be dwelling on something like metaverse, which is among the key technologies to reshape the digital world. And what is the digital world? It's full of digital citizens. And digital citizens are our children. They are called Generation Z or Millennial. They've known nothing else except technology. And sometimes you may think they are thinking using their fingers instead of using their brain, because they move so freely and things happen. I remember at one time I bought a television, a big one, a flat TV, and then I was preparing myself to connect it. So I put it on the table and I went to the supermarket. So I looked for the manual first, because that will help me connect it. So when I came back, my child said, it's ready, it's working. Without the manual. With my PhD, I was looking for the manual. And this guy, without even a degree, maybe only this, not even the skills, he was able to connect it. And they say, it's working. I felt ashamed, really ashamed. So the metaverse, sometimes they call it a universe of limitless, interconnected virtual communities, and where people collaborate. Limitless. Yesterday in the presentation from our friend from Nigeria, I wonder if you counted the word collaboration, how many times he mentioned. It was so many times, because you are dealing with the people. So there has to be collaboration. People working in a different environment. Some working from home. You have a laptop, there is no office, there is no table, which is yours. You go to an office, you find a table, you sit down, you start working. So these are the type of people we shall be having in future. But I'm glad that during these 2 days, one conclusion is clear, is that we are guaranteed that our places will be there in one way or another, because the machines will never totally replace the human being. So even artificial intelligence, as we talk about, they will never replace completely the human being. They talk about sentiments, love, feelings. I'll be so surprised later on in our lives that we shall have machines who will have the same feeling as a human being. That would be really very funny. So let's continue today. We have only one speaker. I'm wondering if he's somewhere to join us online. Mr. Desmond Mushi. Mr. Mushi, are you somewhere? Yeah. Where are you? They told me it's online.
The metaverse.
Yes. Are you the one? Yes. Somebody told me you're not here.
I wanted to join via the metaverse.
I was looking for you. I should have taken a cup of coffee with you already so that we could know each other much better. So, yes, so we are the two of us. You should have come here, but you want to present from there? Yes. The two of us are here, and Desmond Mushi, not Desmond Tutu, sorry, is the public policy manager, Meta Tanzania. So when I read about Meta Tanzania, I said, this guy, where could he be? Because otherwise, if you are in Tanzania, you must be here. So I'm glad that you are here, and if you can join me to welcome him with our applause, please, I'll be happy to do that. You want the microphone? You have it. I have one, yes. So please, you're welcome.
Asante sana. Asante
Karibu.
sana, Mwenyekiti. Good afternoon, everyone. Just checking that I'm audible across the room. Maybe it just might be easier to call it. So my name is Desmond Mushi. I'm a Tanzanian from Kilimanjaro. I think the Honorable Minister spoke about Kilimanjaro yesterday. But I think above all, I'm a Yanga fan, so I support Yanga. And for those of you... And so the match yesterday distracted me from the presentation, but truly, truly glad that you're all here. I'm humbled, really, as a Tanzanian, but also from Meta, and I'll tell you a little bit about Meta to be here today. So really, really grateful for the invitation. I'll just go through the presentation. I think a lot of the things that I had planned to speak about have been spoken at length with other speakers, so things around blockchain, around the enabling environment. I think Ben Roberts spoke about the enabling environment earlier today. So I'll just focus on, I'll just focus on one thing, and that's the VR and what that means for work in the future. So as I said, I'm Desmond from Meta, and that's really the introduction, and a little bit about my role. So that's not me. That's just a gentleman wearing wireless devices. But really what Meta is, and how many know about Meta? Because we might just start, of course, the director does. How many know of Meta? So Meta is the company that owns, I believe, platforms that most of us use. So that is WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram. Okay, so previously we used to be known as Facebook, and I'll tell you why the journey has changed even the name from Facebook, which is what we used to call the company, to now what we are called as Meta. And as a public policy manager, really I am an ambassador between our stakeholders in the East and Horn of Africa region. I'm Tanzanian, but I cover the East and Horn of Africa region based out of Nairobi. And so between our stakeholders, and that's government, that's CSO, that's mobile network operators, value chain actors within the innovation ecosystem, and Meta, the platform. So it's for us to try and make sure that these opportunities that Meta has to present to our region are realized by the institutions or people that work in our regions, but also to take to Meta the frustrations, challenges, and opportunities that we see in the regions that we cover. And Eastern Horn is the East Africa region minus Burundi, because it's French-speaking, plus countries like Ethiopia, Eritrea, South Sudan, of course, is within EAC, and Somalia. So that's the job that I do. I'll be quite quick. I think some of these things were touched upon yesterday, really the journey of technology from where we used to go to a space where we can use mainframe computers, to when we had computers on top of a desk, to a time when we could actually work with a computer, be it a laptop, or a phone, to a time where we can actually go into a space from whichever, and I think different people mentioned about this journey in different ways. The journey that I think might be interesting to you is to also think about the content. Before, we used to go to a place where we interacted with what was in front of us. Then the journey changed to a point where we could interact with it. So when you think about social media, be it Jamii forums or Facebook, you could interact. You post something, I comment, or I like, with an emoji or something like that, to a point where, because we had smartphones, we could take videos, and a lot of our content is, moved from text to videos, to a time when we could actually do Zoom calls and things like that. So there's a huge journey on us just being passive receivers of content to us being active participants of content generation. Which is why, our name has changed from Facebook to Meta, to Signal, the pivot from, Facebook just being a platform, to the journey that we think we are a part of, as a part of our global innovation system towards the metaverse. So really, what's the metaverse? Really, it's just when you think about immersive experiences, the sense of being, the sense of feeling, the sense of being in a place far from here. As I was telling Mwenyekiti, that I was hoping to be present here today, maybe from Dar es Salaam, which is where I live, or Nairobi, which is where I work, within the metaverse. So maybe in the future, in the next 2, 3, 4 years, we can actually have, a CTO annual event within the metaverse, and we can all do that maybe from, maybe you can choose Trinidad and Tobago or Gambia next time within a metaverse and just have that meeting there. And I think that's where we are going. It might seem far-fetched, but there's semblance of that happening, not just within the world, but in Africa as well. There was a competition on XR, and when I say XR, I'll explain a little bit later, it's really use of augmented and virtual reality. And there were a lot of innovations coming from across the continent. Of course, last year's competition had Tanzania winning, so really Tanzania is doing fairly well within the ecosystem, and that's great to see. So a lot of these things I'm speaking about today aren't imagined. They are actually real. They are happening. I think Vodacom yesterday, the presentation also showed that even within the country that we are in, there's a lot of things happening towards that space. As I mentioned, there's 2 core technologies when you think about, the metaverse. The first is augmented reality, which is basically just having a phone. It's overlaying reality. So you can take your phone, and on top of it, you can see a 3D image of things, as you can see there, Usually, so that's augmented reality. Usually would have a gadget or something like that and put onto something. I've seen, what do you call them, ads by one of the mobile network operators in Tanzania, actually, even in this particular space, where you can just take a photo on something and then it gives you maybe a song or, an ad. So I've seen this technology being used. Virtual reality is a little bit different. You get into something, maybe glasses, Ray-Bans or something like that, or Oculus devices, and within that, you can move into a different world. You can be immersed into a different experience. So be it us meeting in Menlo Park or Trinidad. I don't know why I like Trinidad and Tobago, because I had it yesterday and I was very excited. So that is really what virtual reality experience would look like. There's a lot of use cases, and I'll touch upon them later. But it's an ecosystem. As I mentioned, there's been different speakers that have spoken about this, that this is an ecosystem. It's not just one journey. It's not just the technology changing. It's the enabling environment. Whether or not you have 5G spectrum enabled for even discussions around 6 gigahertz and things like that, whether or not you have content producers from around our countries. So we don't just want content coming from Menlo Park, or, we also want Africans or people from our regions or the regions we represent to also be content producers, so that that content is also relevant to them. Because, sometimes part of the reason people don't use some of these platforms as much as they ordinarily would is because they can't relate to the content. So how do we ensure that we have content producers? Platforms that are developed, devices that are affordable, and that are compatible with everything that's in present. But as I mentioned, I think there's been a lot of discussions around connectivity, and our region is really ripe when it comes to creators. We have a lot of content creators, and it would be great to see governments enable for that. Use cases, I'll talk a little bit about work today. There's education, different ways in which this can be used in education. For those of you who went to school in Tanzania, there's something we used to call alternative to practical, which means some schools have funds and so they can do practicals as practicals, but for those schools that didn't have enough funds, you really would imagine what that practical would be like. You knew what would happen, so you go there and say, this is what, you know, if you mix this and this. Some of you, how many remember that? I think most of us, I did that as well. It was an alternative to practical, it wasn't really a practical, but I knew what was supposed to happen. When you mix these two things, this is supposed to happen. There's no surprises there. You are not really practicing it, but you can imagine doing alternative to, but instead of alternative practical, you can actually do practical, because you don't really need a lab. You can do most of those things in a virtual world. You can have people experience and do things like that. We've seen them in health, for example. There's a lot of economic imperative to most of this work. I think there's a study by Analysis Group that says, you know, in sub-Saharan Africa alone, it's around 10 billion, in the next 40 billion in the next 10 years, so 44 billion every single year. Much of it in countries like Nigeria, really leading the ground when it comes to that. And so I'll just focus really, really very quickly, and I'll try to save time on, you know, what VR can do for work. And so when you imagine work in the past, we used to go to work. And after work, work ended. I think digital platforms changed that mindset a little bit. And so there was work that could be done. For example, I work out of Nairobi. I'm currently here, but work is ongoing. So when you think about the space that we live in, you know, digital platforms allowed us flexibility, you know, speed, autonomy, as well as efficiency, whilst, you know, physical spaces gave us something different, a feeling of, you know, belonging or being present and things like that. That was great, but I think, you know, because of technological advancements, we felt informed, you know, we felt empowered and connected, but over time, that feeling started to transition to a feeling of being overwhelmed, you know. Instead of being empowered, you feel burnout because there's just overwhelmed because there's so much information out there, some of it true, some of it not true, but instead of feeling connected, there's a feeling of just being, loneliness or being alone. And so what AR is supposed to enable for us to do is to increase, you know, to reduce some of those issues, you know, intensity, fatigue, you know, reduce the issue or address the issues of reduced mobility and address health issues, you know, wellness issues, which is important. And as we are thinking of that, we're doing that. That is possible because of that sweet spot, as you can see, between the digital and the virtual world. You know, what the virtual world actually provides you now is the feeling of being present, of spontaneity, really very similar to the feeling that you'd have in being physical. So when you think about the physical, if I am to go back, just very quickly, oh, sorry. When you think about physical and digital, you know, what physical would enable for you is fairly similar to what the virtual world now affords you as well. So what can VR do for work? I think there's 4 key things. I've highlighted 3. I'll touch very quickly on the 4th. Learning and training. You know, there's meeting and collaboration. As the chair was saying, collaboration is really key. And there's the issue of creativity as well. So how do we do that? And I know I am pressed with time. I think when it comes to virtual learning, there's just a lot of research that shows when you learn in a virtual world, it's a lot better than if you learn in a physical space or just listening or something like that. It's more immersive, it's more impactful, it's more hands-on. You feel like you're a part of that process, and it's less risky. For example, those of us in mining or those people working in mining, that's just very difficult. So that's examples that you can see in terms of safety, instead of onboarding. So if someone is coming into your company for the first time, they can go through that journey in a virtual experience and feel as though, you know, they've actually done it themselves. So that's one. Research also shows that when you compare to traditional methods, this is much better, you know, in terms of focuses. And this was done by PwC in terms of, you know, people feeling more emotionally involved and it being more impactful as well. Creativity, for those of you who are not as creative like myself, I think it allows you to be in a space that you otherwise wouldn't have been. In a 2D, 3D experience, is really difficult to see things, but if you can see them, if you can observe them, if you can be a part of it and move things around like your peer is, then it allows you to do something that is a lot more doable and inclusive as you think about it than was the case before. So those are some of the examples. I'll touch collaboration. I think this point was labored a lot yesterday, just you being there as opposed to just, listening or something like that is the experience that virtual reality experiences enable you to have, and there's a lot of use cases. The part that I think is key is also well-being. Because of this experience of either being physical or digital without being virtual becomes a challenge. And virtual reality actually allows you to experience some of this. So there's a lot of use cases of people actually, doing gymming together without necessarily having to go to a gym. And it's just as effective as, having gone to it. And, one of the reasons I really wanted to come here, partly it's because it's Zanzibar and Tanzania, but I also had, it's HR, so there's a lot of would-be employers. Why would you say no? So I thought, let me just come, and so that you can see me, and if I ever knock your door, then you can remember me. but we are some of those people that are employed. You manage people, we are the people, and this is the experiences. I know the studies on the UK and the US, but I'm sure if you have to do a similar study in Africa or in the Caribbean or other countries that are within the Commonwealth, the experience will be fairly the same. That people feel like the metaverse helped them feel more engaged, and that it has a lot more value for them than would be the case otherwise. This was touched upon yesterday, so I won't dwell on it, but really it's the enabling environment. What needs to be in place to enable for things like privacy, safety and integrity, especially for children and youth and young people. Issues around inclusion so that everybody feels like this is a part of them. It's not just a journey that a few people are embarking on, but a journey that takes everyone together. And as I said, economic opportunities just being there and being realized. So I'll pause here for questions. I think I was allocated 15 minutes, and I've tried to do it in 15 minutes.
You see, he's also looking for a job, meaning there are always rooms to employ human beings. So HR, take care. Yeah, we have come more or less to an end of our discussions for these 2 days. And as I said before, we have received so many keys to knowledge that we will continue pursuing this knowledge further with the background information or knowledge that how do we preserve our roles as human resource managers. We have heard this last presentation here, the metaverse, human experience, giving you the same experience, something visually is real, but still we see the need of human beings being available, being there. And the testimony to that is Mushi looking for the future possibility of being employed. That means you'll have the chance to recruit him, interview him. So if there are any comments or any questions, we'll be happy to discuss. And this being the last one, I think discussions can come from anywhere. So I may not entertain necessarily questions, but even comments for that matter, if there is any. Yeah, thank you very much, because you want the microphone? Yes, please. No, let me give you. I've got the lungs for it. Save your chest.
Actually, I should have asked you privately because I know people want to go. But Mushi, good stuff. I picked up a good number of things. I was just thinking out loud. If I want to do to create a virtual reality onboarding for my organization, what do I do? Are there like softwares out there? Where would I start?
MC has disappeared with one microphone.
Yes, so it's a very good question. I think the two things that you need in place, and I'm saying this because I know this is also happening even in Tanzania, especially as I mentioned in the extractive industry, because of the safety concern of having people, reenact. Well, it's a lot more value to have people to reenact that experience than to go through it. You need Oculus devices, and with that you need the software. So usually this can be an app that was developed by developers that happen to be, I know this a lot for a region in Kenya, Tanzania, in Uganda, who actually do this app developments. You tell them what experience you want people to go through. They create it for you. They have it maybe installed, say, in Horizon, which is owned by Meta. And so whenever you go there, it's the same thing as just experiencing it on a normal web. Yeah, so Oculus devices and the number of devices can take you to the same kind of Horizon experience, or app within the Horizon.
We have someone else? Over there.
Thank you very much. Much for a nice presentation. I have learned a lot, but I have just 2 questions. The first one is, we had the HRs are so much worried about losing their jobs, but also they talked about the loss of the human touch. Like if we go into this virtual reality or artificial intelligence, we lose the human touch. What can you comment about that, especially on the metaverse product? The second one, what is the minimum cost for investing, for instance, for an enterprise that is a startup? Do you advise to go into that metaverse technology, or I just want to see the cost of investing into that environment? Thank you.
I think so. The first question is about whether or not, virtual reality will replace jobs. Actually, if anything, it enables for them. It makes you more productive. It's about adding value to the work that you're doing as opposed to replacing you and the work and the value that you do. On my slides, I didn't have enough time to go through everything, but one of the things that sticks out every single time is that technology is not meant to replace human beings or human experiences and things like that. It's just meant to enhance them. So when you think about a virtual world, it's so that, and now, actually even as of yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of Meta, announced that it's now possible, even within an Oculus device, to actually, usually whenever you wanted to use an Oculus device, you needed to be in a particular spot for safety reasons, because you don't want to feel like you are in Trinidad and Tobago swimming, whilst at the same time, not being there. So that was, the issue of safety was a challenge. You had to be in a particular spot. At the moment, with a partnership with Mercedes-Benz, it's actually possible to actually do it whilst moving. You don't have to be in a physical. And if you think about mainframe computing to portable computing, it's almost seamless. Before you had to follow the computer, now you can move with it. And now the Oculus device is something that you can actually move with as well. That was announced yesterday by Mark Zuckerberg. But to say that really the way we think about it is that adding value to the work that people do, and more so than replacing it. The cost ranges, in terms of the cost of the Oculus device itself, it ranges from $100 to almost $2,000, depending on the quality of it, so depending on the use case. But that's also because there's very few people using them compared to kind of the numbers that we need to see. And when you think about any technology, the early stages are usually the most expensive, but after that, especially with increased usage, costs will run down. The big part that I think I will just say, as someone coming from this region, is that it's important that we have content that is developed by people from the regions we represent, because that's the only way you can ensure relevance. If the content doesn't feel like it's for me, then it's not relevant for me.
Okay, so looking at this presentation, and actually this morning presentation, especially from Secretary General when she shared her insight about digitization. There's something throughout this conference I think we have not touched it much, and I think we really need to look at. Because the path to digitization for private companies and public entities might not be the same. So I think have few issues here to share. It's when you look at the way we did the government of United Republic of Tanzania, there is this thing called legal framework. For example, if the country wants really to digitize, is this country has in place a national ICT policy, and what this policy says. That's one. That's what we did in 2013. We came up with the national ICT policy. The second one, do you have the act in place that supports digitization process? In Tanzania, we have this what we call E-Government Act. Actually, it's the one that gave birth to the E-Government Authority. Now, the E-Government Authority is putting in place an enabling environment for digitization in the government and the public sector. And then we have this what we call a National ICT Steering Committee. So it's a coordination of the ICT initiatives in the country. And these ICT units in video entities or corporations are part of the National Steering Committee. And the head of ICTs in the public entities are well informed of the discussions and issues that are coming out of the National Steering Committee. But also, there is this thing that we say, the ICT initiatives must be coordinated. For example, in Tanzania, we decided that do we really need to have a system, each government institution have its own system doing the same thing? For example, if we talk about accounting system, do we really need to have each government institution having their own accounting system? So we said, let's have a shared services for, for functions that we can share. That's why we came with this thing called e-office. So all public institutions, and these systems are just a cloud system that are available for everybody to use. Therefore, you minimize cost investment in ICT. And then we came with so many other systems like ERMS, the GPG, the for example, human capital management system. It's the shared system that every public institution can tap and use. And then even infrastructure. You have public institutions, everyone coming up with his own server, everyone come with their own whatever infrastructure. Then we said, let's have the government data center. So if you don't have money to buy server, you can collocate your, your data to the government data center. And then we have the national data center. So I think the path to digitization for the government and the public institution has to be coordinated, and there must be a coordination to it. And as I said, it reduces cost because you don't need to have everything. All the services are available for you to tap. So I would like to say that the path to digitization should be looked at it in a silo way. It needs to be coordinated, and I think my colleagues from Gambia, we discussed a lot about this in the morning, but I thought I should share with you. Thank you very much.
I think that's well noted. Very, very good comment. What I would add to that is the coordination. I think as I heard you speak, there is coordination, really good coordination within government, and I think innovation within government is key. The role of government in enabling for innovation within a particular jurisdiction that it covers is key. So the enabling infrastructure, like the backbone, you know, the investments that I think the president just signed with mobile network operators to ensure that there's connectivity in all villages and things like that, that's really, really key. The legal and regulatory framework is key. The challenge that I see in a lot of our countries is lack of a committee or a space where the public and private consistently meet and discuss. And when I say consistently, the example that I have during the Kibaki regime in Kenya, you know, that was on a weekly basis. I think I had Professor Bitangendemo speak about how they used to meet on a weekly basis to discuss matters ICT. And the reason for meeting is very, very simple. The more often you meet and discuss things, the more trust you build. And I think on matters ICT, matters tech, trust is really, really key. Because in addition to innovation, the government is also concerned about safety and security, or security in itself. And so knowing that when I talk to director hapa, to Shakutana naye mara nyingi sana, as an example, that we can speak and he knows, okay, I've met Desmond a couple of times, I know where he sits. When he tells me this, I better take heed because, and when I hear it from the director, I know where that is coming from. So when we think about, I think yesterday there was a discussion around having HR on the discussion table. It's also important to have the private sector, the value chain actors, not just Meta and Google and others, but those innovators within Zanzibar and Tanzania and Gambia and Trinidad and Tobago as part of the discussion, informing how these policies, legal and regulatory framework look like, not just responding to it. I think being the driver and champion for it is really, really key. I'll give you one example. The Data Privacy and Protection Act. Most African countries have their own, for those that do have it. But it doesn't allow for meaningful innovation. It's as though innovation should only happen in Tanzania or in Kenya because data portability is a challenge. So if you think about questions like that, you wonder, was that law or legal framework created for a company in Tanzania that's imagining itself wanting to export services to Trinidad or to Gambia or to Nigeria, or was it only created for a company that can only exist in silos? So you can only know that if you have those people, young innovators on the table. So when you think about the committee, the last speaker that spoke, ensure that that committee is truly representative of the ecosystem, not just one side. And I think that would be my contribution to that.
Thank you very much. Can we have that one as the last one, please?
Oh, okay.
He needs time to rest as well.
Mine is just a short contribution. I just want you to, you talked about during your explanation that there was a slide that talks about VR enabling office meetings and collaborations. Can you a little bit explain that? And as starters, would you advise them to go into things like that? And if so, what platforms would they have, should they leverage on to be able to use some of these facilities?
Yes, I think so. So as I mentioned, there's the sweet spot between the digital and the virtual. And really what the virtual is doing is really bringing back the physical, which had been replaced by the digital versus physical, you know. And when you think about distributed work, people like myself who have to be in various places, the virtual experience allows you to collaborate. It brings about collaboration because it allows you to almost act as though you are physically there. You know, that's the difference, you know. So you can actually have a discussion as opposed to being a medium in between. There's nothing in between you. We are having this discussion. This very same discussion perhaps would have been very different if it was just via phone, you know. And so that semblance of just knowing, oh, Desmond is sighing, he must be tired. Or, you know, the gentleman must be, you know, very excited because he's doing this. And I can see that that is the difference. You know, you being able to experience me as I am as opposed to through a particular medium. So that's, and how are people doing this? This young, I know examples from Tanzania in our region because I know people who are doing that. So Black Rhino in Kenya, you know, Imisi Hub in Nigeria, for example, is doing really, really good work. In Tanzania, there is Honor Stories. People who not only are innovating in the AR, VR space, you know, the augmented and virtual reality space, they are also using it themselves. So they have meetings in a virtual experience. So you can choose, today we are going to Zanzibar, and you come here. You know, when you think about collaboration, it's also team meetings. You know, you can do bowling together. You don't have to be, Even you don't even have to have a boiling aisle in Zanzibar. You can decide today we are doing it because there is a virtual space that affords or allows for it. So you can think about such examples, and that's what I would refer to.
I think you agree with me that we can, at this point in time, thank Desmond for the interaction and the presentation itself. It was brief, but it's really happening. And I saw it, I think, 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago at the Barcelona GSCM conference? It's so vibrant. And it's not a hype, it's something that is real. You can see the world is really moving around, and you can spend even a month over there. It's not enough to gather all the knowledge that you need. So it's a lot happening. People are really working hard to change the world. We were discussing today, we don't know whether it will come a time when some limitations will be imposed. As I think, is it Musk who got into trouble when he was buying Facebook or YouTube? This dominance, you become so dominant in this world and more or less like deciding for everybody. And our lives will depend on the technology so much. And if you leave that one to one single individual, then he's almost controlling everybody. That's the danger. So, and I think governments are also being very watchful. So we have to be very careful. I want to thank you, Desmond, for the presentation. Thank you very much. And I want to thank you also for your attention, and you can clap your hands for yourselves as well. And I think you are thanking me to be the last chair. You can clap hands for me as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Kelimbe. Please calm down. I think the stage was too hot and...
Yes.
Yeah.
You can imagine there is AC, but we are sweating.
Please, thank you so much. Allow me to call upon few people as we are heading towards closing. Advocate John Daffo. This is the Director of Licensing in TCRA, and I need him in front. Boss, please come. Is there anybody from Botswana in the house? And I hope we are not missing the presence of anyone. Botswana. Botswana. Come, girl. She was here before, but I have no problem. South Africa. Is there anybody apart from her, from Botswana? Please come. Volunteer. You need to make yourself present. Please, girl, come. South Africa. South Africa. I'm sure there's someone in the room from South Africa. Yeah, there she comes. Huh? I'll start this way. I think my fellow HR colleagues in Tanzania, I believe we can all agree that we have talents. And Desmond has just demonstrated an outstanding presentation, and we are proud of you. Thank you so much. That was really well presented. And thank you so much, Boss Mr. Kelimbe, for chairing the session. And I would love to call upon Advocate John, on behalf of TCRA, he's the Director of Licensing with TCRA, to give a present to our own Mushi. Please, if you can take a stage there so that the photo is well taken. I'm going the reverse order. I should have started with the chair, but I was so thrilled with the presentation, and therefore I give you the honor. Thank you so much. You've done it. You've nailed it. We are so proud of you. Please, my friends from Kenya, he's not Kenyan, eh? Don't mix things. He's Tanzanian living in Kenya. Just the way your Tesh is Tanzanian, living in South Africa, please take note. So it's our own. So thank you so much. That was well thought of and well presented. We are proud. Maybe you say a word to him.
Thank you, Peruz Mushi. You've made a very, very brilliant presentation, and I enjoyed it. And when I came here, he was telling me, you know, he has a colleague. He works in TCRA, so yeah. So thank you so much for that presentation, and congratulations.
Yeah. So the chair, the next present goes to the chair. Who wants to give the present? And if you happen to be the last, you'll be in trouble. You don't want to be in trouble? No problem. You can be in trouble anyway. Thank you so much. So if you can be there. John, do you want to take a photo? No, Mushi, do you want to take a photo with the chair? Are you okay? Please.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, and it was very nice. Thank you.
I would allow you to take photos, but yeah, without you. Oh, boss, uko wapi? Njoo upige picha, boss. Come for a photo shoot. Wow, the only lady. That photo is beautiful. Thank you so much. So you stand there. Don't worry. You are going to do a very tough work on your own. Thank you so much. But I'll tell you what to do. Okay. So just stand there, and thank you so much for representing. No, don't. Hold on there. The work is just starting. Yes, thank you. Without you. So I would love to give a few gifts. You know, sometimes he said, it's very easy to forget people who have done outstanding work behind the scenes. And to say that, first of all, I want to appreciate that crew. You've done a good job. And I want to give a present to someone very important in the room who's been running back and forth to ensure things are happening. He's our host. He's representing the host team, and he's done a good job. Mr. Mbilini, mbona unanishanga? You should be coming slowly as I speak, because that is you. It's very easy to forget you. When you were sleeping.
I wasn't sure what to expect when I came in from Botswana, but it has been lovely. The conversations and your singing. You were singing last night, right? Your singing skills were fantastic. Thoroughly enjoyed it. So it's been a pleasure being hosted by you.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, allow me to bring Her Excellency, the Secretary General, because I want to give a present to someone very dear to my heart. Why are you running? Oh. Thank you. I want to give a present on behalf of TCRA and the organizing committee to two people, and I've been asked to do this last before the closing remarks. And these people have done a good job. We appreciate them. One of them, do you remember when we started yesterday? We had a pastor prayed for us, and then we had a share officiating the program. And then the pastor stayed in since yesterday to this moment learning. And TCRA felt that it was necessary to appreciate him and to give him a thank you as a remembrance for the work well done. So that's why I felt it's important I present it to you to offer. You will be the first one, then I'll go to the last. Pastor Shashi. Wow, that was a nice photo. Last but not least, do you know who this person is? Oh, yeah. Altesh. I owe you a hug. Altesh, thank you so much for making this event real. I'm wondering what we could have done without you in the room. You've done an outstanding job and you've kept us in throughout the day, and we really, really, really thank you for the 2 days dedication. Altesh will be flying tonight to Arusha to see his mom. And then tomorrow he will fly back into Dar es Salaam for a Toastmaster session. How many are you in Toastmasters? Do you know what Toastmaster is? Altesh, don't leave this room without telling us one word about Toastmasters. And for some of you who will join, we'll meet you there tomorrow evening. Eh? And we wish you every best of luck in this coming ahead, and looking forward to seeing you again in our next collaboration. So I really appreciate you on behalf of everybody for accepting short notice and for doing an outstanding work for us. We really appreciate you. Thank you. A word for Altesh will do. Thank you.
I heard about Altesh before I met him. And now that I've spent these last 2 days, you know, everything I heard was true and more and better. Thank you very much for an excellent job. Thank you.
Were they for you, so you want us to hear them? I think those were for Tesh, yeah? Okay, thank you.
Normally it's not easy to, to get, when you get or you receive these tokens, you should not speak after. But we have to, can I just have the program? We have to get the work done. Right, we are almost done. We should be done in the next 15 minutes. So we will just basically be doing the closing remarks. And Peruzzi, you just asked me to talk. I'll spend just 1 minute to talk about Toastmasters. This is actually, it's a communication and leadership non-for-profit organization. Started in the US about 100 years ago. It has about probably close to 15,000 clubs worldwide. And there are about 6-7 clubs here. We have about maybe 70, 80 clubs in East Africa. And we have our international convention happening at the Rotana in Dar es Salaam. We actually have people from different countries. We also have the international Toastmaster president coming, and we compete as public speakers. Have you heard of people competing to speak? And I had the opportunity to compete once, and I won the title of the East African Best Speaker for those who competed. And I also won, I was voted the 3rd best speaker worldwide. There is an international speech that is done. So it took time. But the beauty is, I told you about the loan that I took, 20,000 to do, right? The value that I got in Toastmasters cannot be compared by the money that I paid. Because in Toastmasters we teach, we learn by doing. And it's a very safe environment. You'll not be criticized. We always help each other to grow. And this is where my journey started, and we still continue. So for those who would like to join us tomorrow, please see Peruzzi. She will organize that. Now, let's get back to business. There's just something that I don't know if you have observed, but I noticed that, and I just want to encourage you to look at this if you probably do not pay attention to. I noticed that I don't really know who put this program together, but this is the best program ever. We started by, of course, the welcome remarks and everything, but if you look at session one was on the role of HR in implementing successful business digital transformation. Session two was aligning HR practice with the business, and then session 3 was approaches for an increasingly digital organization. And then session 4 was on the impact. Session 5 was on the successful digital transformation strategies. And then digital transformation program, HR perspective, and then we finished with the vision, envisioning HR and the future of work and workplace immersive technology. So you can actually see how we have been scaling up. I just realized that there's a lot of thinking that went into crafting this program, which means regardless of where you sit in your digitization trajectory, you have all the answers in what has been presented in the last 2 days. Now, I want to leave you with this story as I usher in for the closing to happen. Being Tanzanian and being Maasai, with the family, we used to go to Serengeti every year. And for those who have been to Serengeti, you probably can imagine the experience. So when we go to Serengeti, there are areas that you're not supposed to get out of your safari truck. But it was just mesmerizing. The experience was just unbelievably good that I asked the guide to stop the car. So he pulled over and I jumped out of the safari car. And I just decided to feel the wind and the weather and the serenity. A place where maybe from the days of the creation to this day have not been touched. And I started walking into this grassland just to get a feel. But then when I walked about 5 meters, I saw the grass like shaking. And when I looked closely, I saw this brown object coming out of the grass. And, Chair, you got it, it was a lion. The lion and I locked eyes. And the next thing is, I had to turn round and start running. And as I was trying to run, I noticed that I was not able to move. Then I decided to scream. Who has watched The Lion King? So I was going like, Simba! Simba is lion in Kiswahili. Simba! Simba! But the problem is, I lost my feet and I lost my voice. I could not actually say Simba. And then I kept screaming, and for some reason, I found my feet and I found my voice and I started running. So as I was running, Simba was running right behind me. And the more I ran, the more Simba was getting closer and closer and closer and closer. And you all know, you might have watched National Geographic, right? Simba was going up, getting ready to pounce. And at that moment, I found my voice. Simba! And then at that very moment, there was a tap on my shoulder, and I heard this voice. It was a soft, melodic voice saying, honey, it's okay. You can go back to bed. To that moment, I didn't know that my wife can arrest a lion. Technology is exactly like Simba. Some of us might be running away thinking that it is serious, thinking that it is not possible, thinking that it will never happen. Let me tell you, what if it is just a dream? What if it's not reality? So I would encourage you to really face this Simba called digitization head on. Let us lock their eyes with Simba and get what needs to be done. All right, let's come back from Serengeti. I would like to invite Mbilinyi, karibu, so that you can finish. Yes, thank you. So can you just do me a favor? Pick your programs, go to the last page. Mbilinyi usiondoke, ubaki hapo. Just look at the very last page. There's a QR code at the end. And this is really, really important. If you like this, the quality of this event, we want to double the experience. We would therefore request to get your feedback. I did this. It took less than 5 minutes. So what you do is you just scan this, and then you fill out the survey and kindly put your comments. What is it that you liked, and what do we need to improve? It will take 5 minutes. I'll just leave it. Let's give it 5 minutes so that at least we can give CTO and the entire organizing team an opportunity to really improve or showcase the areas that they did really, really well. If you have a problem, please let us know. We can ask the technical team to assist you. If you can just scan that quickly. It's at the very end of the program. If you don't have a QR code, you can just download that application depending on the device that you're using. Yeah. We have 3 minutes left. We would really, really appreciate your feedback. All right, 2 minutes to go. Thank you very much. I see that the information is streaming in. One and a half. And the reason we're doing this is when you leave the conference, we just want to, some of you are going to Stone Town today, and for those who would like to spend a few more days, you just don't want to go back into the forum, so you close this and then, yeah. And I think I was told yesterday that all the presentations that were done will be posted into the CTO website. Is that the case? Right. So some of us were taking, photos of the screens and everything. You'll find all the presentations there. Are we also going to have the photos in there? Is that part of the plan? Yes? All right. So what you do is you don't even need to, you just send a link and say, I was there. You can find your photo. So I think we're done. Maybe you can continue finishing. Mbilinyi, if you can come in, please. Yes. Thank you so much. And this was the best audience ever. I think it made my work easier. And I would also like to appreciate everyone really and the support that was given, from Letang and Peruzzi and Bilinyi and your entire team. It just made it easy for me, because for me to be able to deliver and meet your expectations, it had a lot to do with also the information that was provided, to me. So I really, really appreciate and thank you so much. Back to you, Bilinyi.
Thank you. A round of applause for our MC is not enough. Can we? Thank you so much. As we are approaching to the end of our program, I would like to invite the Secretary General of CTO, Ms. Bernadetta Lewis, and a former TCRA board chair, who was also the former first vice chair of CTO, Dr. John Skilimbe, to come forward, please. Thank you. So our session this time will be short, I believe. And at this point, I would like to invite the Secretary General of CTO to deliver us a new cause for CTO. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. There was a presentation, yes. Right. Over the course, I think it was yesterday, someone asked, how would the CTO be? No, that's not the presentation. It's charting a new course. Charting a new course for the CTO. But I'll just sort of walk you through it, slides or no slide presentation. Let me not look there. The CTO, at its 60th council meeting in February, it endorsed a plan of action for the CTO to support its members and in the Commonwealth and beyond on their digital transformation programs. And we consider, and you've heard it over and over the course of the 2 days, it's not a destination. Digital transformation is a journey. It's a process, and it's not going to stop as long as technology continues to march on. So there are a number of areas, a number of very, very important steps on that digital transformation journey. The first being public awareness and education. This is an absolutely necessary step. The next step would be, and I'm taking it from the point of view that the CTO is an intergovernmental organization, and we would like to support our members in moving to digital or e-government. So, but all of this has to happen in the context of the National Development Plan. What is the country, what is the vision for the country? I spoke of a vision this morning. What are the priorities? What are the things what's the direction that the government is going to be taking the country in? And these are things that have to be articulated. I'm sure many of you have national ICT plans, yes? And that will give an indication of what needs to be done. So when you have identified your national development priorities, then it is about looking at the available technology and to see how you could incorporate it in your operations to ensure that you actually deliver on those national priorities, those national development priorities. Thereafter, so you start with the public awareness and education because you want to spark the imagination of your citizenry that there is a great potential for a better future using digital technology. You're going to look at your national development priorities. You're going to select the technology that will enable you to deliver, and then you would be in a position to start developing those plans. We heard about the need for collaboration, coordination at the governmental level, and so on. Thereafter, so you have your plans. Once you have your plans, you're going to train and upskill with a view to implementing those plans. So you train and upskill, and then you implement. And those are some fundamental steps on your digital transformation journey. And different countries are at different stages of development. So therefore, you know, the CTO is in a position to support members in every one of those areas with public awareness and education, helping you to prioritize what you want to do. In terms of the planning, we are ramping up the secretariat in order to support you in these things. We have introduced a new program, Capacity Building for Development Impact, and that seeks to customize training to enable you to implement your plan. So the CTO is also doing that. And that capacity building for the development impact, it is not training for the sake of training. It is training that is customized to your situation to enable you to deliver those plans that if you'd like, we can help you formulate those plans. And we will also assist in the in the implementation of those projects, right? If many people have asked, well, can you write a strategy? Yes, we could write a strategy, but we're not going to be content to helping you write your strategy and then you don't have the wherewithal to implement. That would be wasting everybody's time. So we propose to work with our members to the point of implementation. And implementation that has a measurable impact. on the country's development, on its progress. We are going to be focusing on measurement, and we're aiming for, it's up. Yes. So as I said, we could help with your public awareness and education, right? We could do a roadshow is a tremendous thing. I mentioned before, you need to reach out to all of your citizenry. But what typically happens is when you talk about ICT, people think it's not for them. And they don't come. Oh, that's for the young people, and no, I'm not technical, and no, there are many, many excuses. But you have to reach out to every sector of your population and really engage them. So we can do that. Identify the national priorities. We do in-country consultations. Identifying the ICT solutions. We're going to be researching and recommending and helping in the development of the plans. I said the customized training, capacity building for development impact, and we will assist with the project management. We are not going to just hand you a plan and leave it, and we don't know if you could do it or not. And the CTO brings a network of experts with us. There are people who support us. We are quite prepared to engage partners to help you on that journey. And we also propose to help in the formulation of multi-country project proposals, because many countries in the Commonwealth would have similar needs. And we are prepared to help write those proposals and go and get funding to get the ball rolling. And we're contemplating some funding mechanisms to help our members. So this is what we will be doing. This is how we will support our members in the digital transformation. Could you go to the next slide, please? Right? And we are going to be focusing on three main areas: affordable, universal broadband connectivity. And when we're talking about not just the connectivity, the devices and everything that you need to be connected, we are also looking at 21st century government. A 21st century government is a digitally transformed government. We didn't want to use the word e-government because we have been talking about e-government for more than 20 years. Yes, and we are talking about governments that use the technology effectively to deliver the services to its citizens and its internal and external clients. And of course, the significant part is capacity building for development impact. So this is a 21st century government. You know what it is. It's a digitally transformed government. Next slide, please. And of course, you see the benefits. They're faster, more efficient, cost reductions, transparency, and all of those things that go with a digital government. And the capacity building for development impact services. We have different levels of services. We are introducing online self-paced courses under basic training. We will do role-based training so that when trainees do the course, they have the opportunity to apply those learnings in different types of simulations. We're working towards that. We will do cross-training and exchanges of personnel. And the other type of training is technology application, where we train you and there's a project associated with that training that addresses a particular challenge that you face. Now, we are in the process, within the Secretariat, we're in the process of change management at this time, a huge change management exercise. And coming out of this, we will be working on building those trusting relationships that hold organizations together. We have a lot of work to do there. And we also will be dealing with intergenerational staff. We will be recruiting more staff to enable to support our members. And we are, the slides keep changing. We are also working towards a digital secretariat, we've actually started automating many of our internal processes as advocates for the effective adoption of ICT. We have to be exemplars. We have to be exemplars for our members, and we're committed to doing that. So at the end of the day, we have to have this 21st century secretariat that is fit for purpose so that we could serve our members better. And I think that brings me to the end of the presentation. In a nutshell, the direction we'll be going to support our members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. This is the direction that CTO is going to take. The Secretary General is instituting a number of reforms at the Secretariat, and what she has just presented has an approval of Executive Committee, which Tanzania is chairing. Therefore, we need your support to the Secretariat. It has gone through a number of challenges, but we need your support. She said she's going to recruit. I understand it is not going to be London-based anymore. These people will be recruited, but they will work from their own countries. And we believe our salary, which is not enough in London, will be enough in Zanzibar. So let's get ready to compete in these positions so that some of our sons and daughters can get the opportunity to work with CTO. So if there is any comment, quick one, because I know everyone is eager to get out and visit the Stone Town. So if we have any comment or any question, which is very necessary, I would like to invite you. Otherwise, Secretary General is still around this evening, and she will be also available online anytime to answer your questions and comments. I see none. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. It is now time for vote of thanks, which will be delivered by Dr. Jones Kilimbe. Dr. Kilimbe, please welcome to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
While he is delivering vote of thanks, I and Madam Secretary General, we can go back to the seat. Thank you.
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, allow me on our behalf, on all of us, on our behalf, to express our sincere gratitude to the guests of honor who came yesterday to officially open our discussions. As you know, we had to wait for some time until he came, and things happened. He found time, and for that we are very thankful. And I have no doubt in my mind that the 2 days of our forum here have been very fruitful to all of us, all the participants. It has been rich in terms of topics, rich in terms of the diversity of the speakers. It has been so amazing to see speakers coming from different lives. And this has made this workshop so unique. I remember yesterday I was asking the Secretary General, how did you choose these topics? How much time did you need to come up with these topics? Because that is art by itself. It's not so simple. So I'm sure we have gained a lot, all of us. And these discussions, the topics themselves, came at the right time, appropriate timing. The circumstances do allow that, or need such discussions to happen. From our discussions, you will also agree with me that the human resources functions cut across the spectrum of all functions in a company or an organization. And therefore, it is very correct to conclude that the human resource function has all the credentials of qualifying to become strategic. It's a strategic function in a company because of the cross-cutting nature it has. It is affecting everybody. And it's going to affect everybody even in future. So on our behalf again, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the CTO Secretariat for putting together these discussions. And request you at this juncture to just help me to clap hands for the Secretariat. And your team, I know Litan is here, but there are other members of Secretariat at home. So they've been assisting you to put together these things. And also for choosing Tanzania as the venue, and Zanzibar in particular. I'm a Tanzanian myself, and I live in Dar es Salaam. And I was excited to come to Zanzibar just like you coming from London, because you don't come so easily here so oftenly. So it has been a rewarding journey to come to Zanzibar. The selection of Zanzibar was perfect, as we have seen. It's a wonderful destination for events like this to take place. Wonderful environment, wonderful hotel, and I think we can always express our gratitude to the hotel management for giving us this environment, staying in our rooms, excellent rooms, wonderful food as well. So we cannot complain, and I don't think there's anybody who had to visit those rooms so frequently because of some food poisoning. We are all still strong. And I'm wondering to see the room just as full as the first day. So this is a real plus point to all of us. And I know that programs like this do add value to us. We are not the same as we came. If you ask me today, I'm different. And at one point I was even asking myself, this looks like a master class. Do you have any certificates? We cannot go home just like this and talking we attended a workshop like this without any piece of paper to show the people what we have gained from here. But it's a compliment as well. Let's continue supporting CTO as it has been said. Now we can see the value of CTO to us as members. And for me personally, I'm so happy to have found or to have been part of the team to recruit a female Secretary General, only to find that this is the first one after more than 100 years. This is a paradigm shift. This is a revolution, and we cannot complain. We are not regretting. I think our choice was correct. You have seen it yourselves. So we wish you all the best as you continue working on the other future programs. You have seen what you are proposing to do. We are going to be together. We have a lot to accomplish together. I do recognize the wonderful organizational arrangements of the management and the team in general of TCRA, and I know the Director General has left because he's having another meeting somewhere. The board chairman also left because is having another meeting somewhere else, but I do recognize there could be management inside here and maybe a representative from the board also here of TCRA. And if I could request them to stand up, because I don't know wherever they are, wherever you are, so that we can recognize you and appreciate the wonderful work that you have done for us here. Thank you very much. Extend our sentiments to the staff behind the scene, behind the curtain. Normally when such things go so successfully, we forget those people behind the scenes. But we also extend our thanks to the sponsors at Zanlink, NMB, and I think USCAF, they are sponsors. We thank them very much for sponsoring our events here and for participating in one or another. I would also like to, on your behalf, thank the MC and the resource persons in terms of the event planning team. Madam, you've done a good job. And I can tell you this, that I'm personally so proud of that, because I know this is the localized resource. So we can always get it whenever we want it. We give you a plus. We know that tomorrow, some are leaving tomorrow, some are leaving today, and some are leaving probably the day after tomorrow. And the only thing I can say is wishing you a very safe journey back to your homes. And as a compliment for us all, I request you to clap for all of us. Maybe even louder, please. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
So we have just one last item to finish. I would like to welcome the board member, TCRA, Rehema Khalid, to close. And for real, we are now going to close. Karibu Rehema.
Hello, hello? Hello? Okay, it's fine. Thank you, Dr. Kilembe, for the vote of thanks. The revolutionary government of Zanzibar, leaders here present, Ms. Bernadette Lewis, Secretary General, Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization, TCRA board member, Dr. Mzee Ndewa, distinguished speakers, delegates, TCRA staff, preparatory committee, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols have been observed. Good evening. First and foremost, I thank the Almighty God for giving us the gift of life and making us able to attend and reach the end of this event. The Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization Human Resources and ICT Forum 2023, with the theme of Digital Transformation, Building a Future HR Ready. I would like to start by thanking the TCRA in collaboration with the CTO for organizing this beautiful event here in Zanzibar. Also, I would like to thank the speakers, moderators, delegates for your attendance and the dialogues you have been engaged, and taking into cognizance that without your presence in this event would have lost its meaning. Ladies and gentlemen, this event had various presentations which were made in 6 informative sessions. I take this opportunity to recognize and appreciate the presenters, moderators, and participants for the wonderful work. It is my sincere hope that this event had added a lot of skills in addressing challenges in digital transformation and related technologies in building a future-ready HR. I hope that the outcome of this event will be used to improve our HR management in our organizations. CTO, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, just to recap on what transpired in this event, in the first session on the role of HR in implementing successful business digital transformation strategies, we learned how people can play an important role in leading transformation programs successfully, as now we are all aware that transformation is about people, and there is no way we can speak digital transformation without considering people in our organization and also in our lives. The second session was also on aligning HR practices with the business digital transformation strategy, in which how HR must change such that people, strategy, technology, and processes are aligned with the business transformation strategy. We have also explored how HR can leverage digital transformation for the enhancement of the HR value proposition of the HR function. In the third session, HR approaches for an increasingly digital organization. We looked on how changes brought about by digital transformation will have a ripple effects across the business, dismantling traditional practices we are used to and adopting digital technologies to improve our daily activities. As we are all present in these 2 days of the event, I would not like to take much of your time by dwelling in other sessions, as I believe for most of us, it is still fresh in our minds. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we as the host will be very happy if all the knowledge which we have gained in this event will be put into reality. We should all act as ambassadors after this session. Lastly, I would like to wish you all the best and a safe journey to our dear delegates who will be traveling to different countries and within the United Republic of Tanzania. But I would like to urge you all, before you leave Zanzibar, take something from Zanzibar as a souvenir to your spouses, partners, family. So, you know, these opportunities do not come twice. Yeah. Take something from Zanzibar so you can relive, in whatever jurisdiction you are, the Zanzibar life. With these few remarks, I now declare that the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization Human Resources and ICT Forum 2023, with the theme of digital transformation, building a future-ready HR, here at Hotel Verde in Zanzibar, is officially closed. Thank you very much. Bon voyage. Nawatakia safari njema wote.
Logistic and administration announcement. Bartholomew, do we have anything to tell the delegates, especially those who will be traveling? Please hold on for a second for logistical announcement.
Hello, good evening. I would like to remind our the delegates from outside the United Republic of Tanzania to make sure that they share their itinerary so that we can plan for their airport transfer. So the early you provide your itinerary will enable us to plan for your transport. Otherwise, we wish you the safe journey back home. Thank you very much.
So our team is in the technical desk. So if you haven't shared your itinerary, please do so. And we wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much, and good evening.
Nanyosha mikono yangu juu, naisifu nchi yangu maarufu. Nanyosha mikono yangu juu, naisifu nchi yangu maarufu. Hello, hello Tanzania. Hello, hello upendo wa kweli. Hello, hello Tanzania. Hello, hello mapenzi ya dhati.
Ikiwa sitakuwepo kesho, yote nilofanya kwa taifa langu yatachipua na kuonekana tena. Sikia moyoni raha ya upendo huu iliyonizunguka kwa ndani ya moyo wangu, kwa sababu bendera itaendelea kupepea kwa uhuru, kwa sababu bendera itaendelea kupepea kwa uhuru.